Chapter 4489. Ah, these are the three little immortals? His Majesty, who was sitting at the top, had a strange look in his eyes. He looked at the three children standing in the hall. The oldest one was only about 10 years old, but he was very good-looking. His facial features were clear and handsome. It could be seen that in the future, he would grow up to be an outstanding man. What surprised him even more was that this young boy's aura was so different from the others. He had a noble aura about him, and there was also an intimidating aura about him. This was not something an ordinary child could possess. Looking at him, he was even more certain of his guess. This little boy must be an immortal. Looking at the pair of children about 4 years old next to him, they looked exactly the same. Their outstanding facial features were exquisite and lovely, like immortal children. They were so good-looking that people couldn't take their eyes off them. These three children each had their own characteristics and were so extraordinary. Even his princes and sons could not compare to them. Saying that they were not immortals? How could he believe that? How and the others stood and watched without speaking. Seeing this, His Majesty looked at Liao Wu and asked, "Which child was the one who shook the lot?" "Your Majesty, it was that little girl," Liao Wu said nervously, not daring to look at How and the others. The abbot sighed softly and said, "Your Majesty, the matter of the lot is not serious. They are just ordinary children. Ha! I will decide whether they are immortals or not." His Majesty chuckled. Clearly, he did not take his words seriously. Instead, he looked at the three children and finally at Yu. He showed a gentle smile and asked, "What is your name?" Yu glanced at her eldest brother and said, "I am Xinyuan Muyue. How dare you? How dare you be so rude in front of His Majesty?" A shout came from the person who brought them in. His Majesty picked up his tea and took a sip, as if he did not hear the shout. Seeing this, the eunuch shouted again, "Hurry up and kneel when you see His Majesty." How face turned cold, and his aura also froze. Even Mu Chen's face was tense. He pursed his lips and looked displeased. "Your Majesty." The host opened his mouth, but was stopped by the emperor, who was sitting in the upper seat. He looked at the three children below and smiled. "No matter how noble your background is, when you come here and see me, you have to kneel and greet me, because I am the most supreme person here. However, if you admit yourselves that you are immortals, then there is no need to kneel. Not only that, but I will also treat you with respect. We won't kneel." As How spoke, his gaze fell on the emperor. "So, you're saying that you're immortals?" His Majesty's eyes lit up, and he said, "If that's the case, then quickly show me your immortal spells and broaden my horizons. Can immortals really live forever?" "We are not immortals," How said coldly. They were not immortals to begin with, but cultivators. Hearing this, the smile on the emperor's face suddenly sank. The teacup in his hand was slammed to the side with a loud bang. The tea spilled out of the teacup and splashed all over the table. "How dare you make fun of me?" Chapter 4490. "Ba, Your Majesty, please quell your anger," the abbot said softly. He stepped forward and said, "They are only children." The commotion in the side chamber made Pan Ning, who was standing guard outside, anxious. He tried to enter several times, but was stopped. He could only pace back and forth anxiously. In the side chamber, "Children? Have you ever seen a child remain neither arrogant, humble, nor panicked in the face of my wrath?" He snorted coldly and narrowed his eyes as he stared at the three children. He secretly admired them in his heart. These three children were so young, but their courage and insight were very big. It seemed that they really were immortals. His face was angry, but his mind was racing. His dignified gaze swept to the abbot and Liao Wu. He said, "You two, leave first." "Your Majesty, leave," he shouted again in a low voice. Helpless, the abbot could only sigh softly and walk out. Behind him, Liao Wu walked quietly with his head lowered. The eunuch who brought the three children in also quietly left. Only the emperor, an old man beside him, and How were left in the large side chamber. He eased his expression and looked at the three people standing below. He said, "Tell me, who are you people? Since you are immortals, why are you here?" How did you come here? Is there really a place for immortals in this world? I don't know, Howard said. He wasn't afraid of that person. With his current strength, he could naturally protect his younger siblings in this mortal world. If they really couldn't stay here any longer, then they would leave this place. In any case, they had to find a way back. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? He narrowed his eyes and stared at them with a dangerous look. He said, even if you aren't afraid of implicating the Pan family? How Er's face grew colder and colder when he heard this. Even Mu Chun and Mu Yu, although they didn't say anything, had a trace of anger in their eyes. The old man, standing beside His Majesty, had been secretly observing them. He realized that after His Majesty's words, the aura of the three of them suddenly changed. Among them, a flash of murderous intent in the eyes of the eldest child made him feel apprehensive. It was precisely because of this that when the Emperor was about to threaten him, he hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Your Majesty, why don't you let the Pan family's second young master in? Perhaps he will know where they came from. Inexplicably, the aura emanating from the older child sent a chill down his spine. He felt a bone-chilling coldness. His Majesty glanced at him and nodded. Thus, the old man took a deep breath and shouted towards the outside. Pan Ning, who had been waiting outside for a long time, was worried that something might have happened inside. When he heard the call for him, he quickly went in. Pan Ning greets your Majesty. He stepped forward and bowed, glancing at the children from the corner of his eyes. He saw that Hao Er's aura was slightly cold and his little face was stern. Mu Chun pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Yu lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes. Seeing this, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Pan Ning, I ask you, do you know the origins of these three children? The man narrowed his eyes and asked. He had been in a high position for a long time and held power in his hands. He wanted to have endless lifespan. Thus, even if the other party was an important minister under him, he still wanted to know the reason. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I don't know their origins. Pan Ning lowered his head and said. Chapter 4491. Pan Ning's heart sank, but he still lowered his head and respectfully said, I really don't know their origin. When I brought them back, it was only because I saw that they had suffered a disaster and there was no lore by their side, so I brought them back home. I dare not deceive your Majesty in the slightest. Seeing this, His Majesty pursed his lips and glanced at him, then turned his gaze to the little girl in a pink dress and said, Previously, you said that your name is Xianyuan Mu Yu? Yu nodded. Then what are your parents' names? Yu Er's pair of beautiful eyes spun, and her eyes overflowed with a lively radiance. Beaming with smiles, she said, My father is called Xianyuan Mose, and my mother is called Feng Jiu. Listening to the little girl's words, His Majesty's expression softened and asked, Then where are they now? I don't know. We forgot how to go home. You said in a soft voice. Then you. He was about to ask again when he saw the eunuch who had previously retreated hurriedly come in with an excited face. Your Majesty, great news, great news. His Majesty, who was about to get angry, heard this and leaned back on the dragon throne, asking neither hurriedly nor slowly, Where did the joy come from? Reporting to your Majesty, the immortal has entered the palace and is now coming to the side hall. Does your Majesty want to see him now? Or, you said the immortal, His Majesty, who was originally leaning on the dragon throne, suddenly stood up with a happy face and asked with an unconcealable excitement on his face, Where is the immortal now? Quickly, please come in. He thought for a moment, suppressed the joy in his heart, and sat down again. Looking at the several people in the hall, he waved his hand and said, Okay, you all withdraw first, go outside and wait. I have something to ask you in a while. In his opinion, even if these three children asked for a spirit lot, it was not as exciting as the visit of an immortal. Pan Ning quickly responded and led Hao and the other two out of the side hall. At this time, a man in a loose robe with a goatee came over. When he saw Mu Chun, Mu Yu, and Hao, his eyes lit up and his footsteps couldn't help but stop. He stared at them, and even his breathing was a little heavy. The other party's gaze was inexplicably scorching. It was difficult for Hao and and the other two not to notice. The three of them looked at the man. The two little ones didn't notice anything. They just frowned. Their delicate little faces were filled with displeasure. However, after Hao saw that person, his face turned cold and a trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Because he perceived the other's aura. Was not a cultivator, but a demon. Hao, what's wrong? Pan Ning couldn't help but ask in a low voice when he saw him stop and stare coldly at the immortal. Hao watched as the eunuch brought the man in and disappeared from sight. Only then did he say, "This is not the place to talk." Pan Ning nodded. There were many eyes and ears in the palace, and this was definitely not a place to talk. But His Majesty told them to wait outside, and they couldn't go far. Amitabha, benefactors. The host's voice sounded, and they looked over to see him and Liao Wu standing not far away looking at them. Seeing this, Pan Ning led them over. Before he could speak, the host looked at Hao and the other two apologetically and said, "Three benefactors, we have caused trouble for you." He felt very apologetic, but unfortunately, now that things had developed like this, there was no way to cover it up. Chapter 4492. Being looked at so coldly by a small child, Master Wu also lowered his head in shame. After all, they were in the wrong in this matter. Moreover, they were monks, yet they had caused the three children to fall into such a situation. They really shouldn't have done that. What's done is done. There's no point in talking about it. Pan Ning said and patted Mu Chen's shoulder. While the few of them were chatting, in the side hall, the emperor was looking at the man in the loose robe with suspicion. This man isn't immortal? He doesn't look any different from us. Could it be that he's a fake? Therefore, he wanted to test him. May I ask, immortal, where is your home? What kind of immortal technique do you practice? May I have the honor of witnessing an immortal's immortal technique? He asked, his gaze falling on the bearded man. Hee, this little immortal has been traveling around. I heard that your majesty has the heart to seek immortality, so I came to take a look. He stroked his beard and smiled. Looking at the emperor, he said, if your majesty wants to see this little immortal's immortal technique, there's nothing wrong with that. After all, your majesty is the true dragon, the son of heaven. What's the harm in having a look? As he spoke, he smiled and placed one hand behind his back and the other behind his back. As the aura on his body surged, he slowly flew up into the air. Below his feet, a cloud of white clouds condensed, making him look like an immortal and otherworldly being. An immortal. He's really an immortal. Even the emperor couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. He was so excited that he stood up. This was the first time he saw an immortal in the legends. Immortals could really ride the clouds. How extraordinary! Even the old man, standing next to the emperor, narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. Obviously, this was the first time he saw an immortal in the legends. Immortal, may I ask how to live forever? He couldn't wait to ask. Hearing this, the immortal's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flashed, and he stroked his beard. With a wave of his sleeve, an alchemy cauldron appeared at the side of the hall. Looking at the huge cauldron that appeared out of thin air, the emperor was even more convinced that this was an immortal. Besides immortals, who else could make such a huge thing appear out of thin air? Immortal, this is? He asked in confusion. He slowly descended, and the white clouds under his feet disappeared. He stood with his hands behind his back and said unhurriedly, this is this immortal's alchemy furnace. If your majesty wants to live forever, this immortal only needs to refine a pill for you to live forever. However, but what? The emperor quickly asked. The immortal looked at the emperor and said with a smile, it's just that the medicine in the mortal world is not spiritual medicine and cannot be used at all. Even if this immortal wants to help your majesty achieve longevity, I am powerless. Hearing this, he was stunned and hurriedly asked, then what should we do? Is there any other way? Immortal, please help me achieve my wish of immortality. I can promise you the position of Grand Preceptor. I can promise you endless wealth and supreme status. He stroked his beard, glanced at him, and said, if your majesty really wants to live forever, this immortal has a way. Moreover, I just saw an excellent medicinal primer. What medicinal primer? Immortal, Please tell me. No matter what it is, I will definitely get it," he said hurriedly. Chapter 4493. Hearing this, not to mention the emperor, even the silent old man's pupils constricted. Clearly, he did not dare to believe it. Refining a child into a pill? How could that be? The emperor was stunned. He looked at him and did not speak for a long time. Refining a 3 to 4-year-old child into a pill? This kind of thing was too bloody and cruel. He had never even thought of such a thing. Although he wanted to live forever, he was not a fatuous ruler. Even if he was the emperor, he would not dare to do such a thing that would anger the heavens and the people. Immortal, you said that refining the 2 children into a pill would allow me to live forever. He frowned and looked at the immortal in front of him. They are just 2 children who look better. How could they have such a miraculous effect? Moreover, refining people into pills, this is... He did not dare to speak of evil arts. After all, he was afraid of angering the immortal in front of him. Your Majesty, even if you are the emperor, you can't see that the 2 children have innate spiritual energy. They are spiritual embryos with great nourishment. Such spiritual embryos are hard to come by. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Thinking of the 2 children, he could not help but swallow his saliva. The emperor looked at his expression and his heart moved. He gradually calmed down. His originally excited heart cooled down as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over it. He smiled and said, "Immortal, how about this? You must be tired from the journey. Go and rest first. I will think about this later." "All right. However, Your Majesty, you must take good care of those 2 children." He put away the pill furnace and said worriedly. He did not think of anything else. He felt that if a mortal wanted to live forever, why would they think of anything else? However, he did not think that as the emperor of a country, he was not a fatuous ruler. He would always think about things over and over again. Why would he really do as he said and capture the 2 children to refine them into pills? After asking someone to take him away, the emperor sat on the dragon throne and slowly exhaled. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What do you think?" The old man thought for a moment and said, "This is strange. Immortals should be righteous people. Why would they use children to refine pills? Such a bloody and cruel thing. Even those whose hands are stained with blood would not think of it. Moreover, why would it be those 2 children?" The old man paused and hesitantly said, "Also, I have been observing the Celestial." When the Celestial talked about the child, his eyes lit up and he even swallowed his saliva. "I'm afraid that if the child is refined into a pill, it will be the Celestial that wants to eat it, right?" The emperor nodded and said, "I also feel that this immortal's behavior and words are a little different from the immortals in the legends, but he does no immortal magic. Those 3 children are not ordinary people either. They were too calm when they saw Your Majesty. They were not frightened, nor did they panic. They are not ordinary people. Your Majesty, why don't you get more information from them?" The old man suggested. Hearing this, the emperor pondered for a while and had an idea in his heart. He called for someone to bring Pan Ning and the others over. Pan Ning, who was talking to the host, heard the summons. He bowed to the 2 of them and walked back with the 3 children. The host and Nothingness thought for a moment and followed. "Why are you here too?" The emperor glanced at the host and Nothingness, who followed behind, and raised his eyebrows. Chapter 4494. The emperor glanced at them and said, "Since you're here, stand at the side and listen." As he spoke, he looked at the 3 children standing in the middle. His gaze swept past, however, and landed on the 2 little ones. What was so special about these 2 children? They actually said that they could live forever if they were refined into elixirs. He felt strange. If he really refined these 2 children into elixirs, would he still be able to swallow the elixirs? When everyone saw that he was only staring at the 2 little children, they could not help but guess what he was thinking. What was he thinking? After a long time, the emperor regained his senses and coughed lightly. He looked at the 3 of them and asked, "Did you see that immortal just now?" How? Or did not speak and only looked at him. Ewer blinked and asked curiously, "That one with the goatee is an immortal goatee?" The emperor's mouth twitched. He clenched his fist and pressed it against his mouth. Then he said, "Yes, that's him." He looked at the three of them, and a faint light flashed through his eyes. He said tentatively, "He told me that I could live forever if I refined you two little ones into elixirs." After he finished speaking, he instantly felt the atmosphere in the side hall turn cold. An icy aura immediately filled the air. Moreover, there was a faint oppressive pressure that caused one to be unable to breathe. This caused him to be shocked. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly looked at Xianyuan Hao, who had a cold expression on his face. The aura on this child's body was even more terrifying than his. The Emperor's? Why was this? While he was shocked, he faintly felt the aura in his body surging toward his throat. A trace of blood spread in his mouth. He groaned and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Puffed, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The old man, Pan Ning, the abbot, and nothingness in the hall were all shocked and suddenly cried out in alarm. After the exclamation, the old man guarding the emperor immediately attacked Hao. However, he didn't expect that before he could even get close to Hao, he was sent flying by Hao's flick of his hand. With a bang, he crashed heavily into a corner of the hall. He spat out blood and was unable to stand up for a long time. Pan Ning's face changed. He hurriedly called out and said anxiously, "Hao, calm down." "Big brother." Yu pulled his sleeve and softly called out. Children were the most sensitive. She could clearly feel that the emperor had no intention of killing them. "Oomph, Hao," snorted coldly and withdrew the pressure he had released. In a flash, it was as if it had never appeared. However, only the people in the palace knew that just now, everyone was fine except for the emperor who had spat out a mouthful of blood. The emperor was also extremely shocked. He only felt that the aura above his head, which made it hard for him to breathe, had disappeared in an instant. His entire body relaxed as if he had come back to life. That feeling was too wonderful. So much so that when he recovered his senses, his eyes were abnormally bright as he looked at Hao. At this moment, he was certain that these three children were not ordinary children. They were immortals. Cough, cough. He coughed softly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, I have no evil intentions. I only want to test you because I suspect that a mortal is not an immortal." Chapter 4495. Listening to his words, Pan Ning's forehead began to sweat, and he could feel the sweat on his back drenching his clothes. He was afraid that Yang Kai would be angry and vent his anger on the Pan family. For a moment, his body stiffened, and he didn't dare to speak. He just lowered his head and stood there calmly. If his big brother was here, he would know what to do. Hao looked at the bright-eyed emperor and pursed his lips. Seeing that there was no one else in the hall other than these people who knew about them, he said, "We are not immortals, but we are immortal cultivators." Hearing this, the emperor was overjoyed and immediately smiled. He wanted to ask something, but paused. He frowned and asked, "What about the immortal from before? Is he the same as you?" "Who said it was an immortal cultivator?" Hao glanced at him and said, "It was just a demon that cultivated into a spirit." "What? Demon?" The emperor was shocked, and his expression changed. "There is such a thing in this world?" Seeing that things were out in the open, he said, "There are immortals, and naturally there are demons." "What's so strange about that?" "It's just that the spiritual energy in your mortal world is very weak. There should be fewer things that cultivate into demons. I guess that demon came from somewhere else." "Our mortal world? Could it be that there are other worlds in this world besides this one?" The emperor asked in a daze. He felt that the mysteries he had never encountered before were slowly unfolding in front of him. "Of course." Hao looked at them and said, "There are 3,000 worlds in this world. The mortal world you are in is the lowest level. In this mortal world, there will be no immortal cultivators. Unless there is some great opportunity, you will not even see one immortal cultivator in your life." "But I saw you." "Ha ha ha ha. Does this mean that I'm also a person with great opportunity?" His eyes flashed, and there was a faint excitement on his face. Hao glanced at him and pursed his lips. This emperor's skin was extraordinarily thick. Back then, when Pan Hong was judged to be unable to live past that night, it was you who saved him, right? The emperor did not mind his silence. At this time, he was still in a state of excitement. He stared at the three of them and asked, "What immortal abilities do you have? Can you show it to me? You haven't experienced it before?" Howard looked at him strangely and thought to himself, "Does this person have a tendency to be abused? Ha ha! I want to know if you can ride the clouds. Can you move mountains and seas? Can you?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by No. Howard snorted with a cold face. "Then what can you do?" He quickly asked again. The abbot, who had been silently digesting their words, quickly stepped forward when he saw this. He clasped his hands together and chanted, "Amit Ba, Your Majesty, I feel that we should talk about the demon. Now that there is an evil demon beside Your Majesty in the palace, it is a threat." Chapter 4496. Even if the three people in front of him were children, they were immortals who practiced immortal arts. Just because they couldn't do it didn't mean that they couldn't. Thinking of this, there was a faint trace of expectation in his heart. If he could see them deal with the demon, he would also see their ability. Howard frowned and was about to speak when he heard a gloomy voice. "Ha ha ha ha! Are you discussing how to deal with me?" A gust of wind blew past, and a figure rushed in. It almost didn't stop and rushed towards Mu Chun and Mu Yu. However, when it pounced on them, it was fiercely bounced back by a force. Puff! The figure was fiercely bounced to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. It transformed into a human form and landed on the ground. It stepped back and stared at the two children with a gloomy gaze. "They actually have an evil warding magic treasure to protect them," Pan Ning exclaimed in a low voice. He only felt that his whole body was pushed to the side just now. Only then did he see that it was who pushed him away. Otherwise, he would have been hit by the demon. While he was shocked, he couldn't help but look at the human-like demon. Could it be that Howard didn't say that they couldn't tell that this person was actually a demon? How? Looked at Mu Chun and Mu Yu and asked, "Are you okay?" It was because he knew that the two little ones had protective treasures given by their parents that they were not afraid of demons getting close to them. So, at that moment, he didn't pull them away and let the demon have a taste of the backlash of demon power. "We're fine." The two little ones shook their heads and didn't look frightened. "Go to the side." Howard gestured and then looked at the monster. With a move of his hand, a sword with a cold light appeared in his hand with a swoosh. The hidden spiritual power aura on his body spread out along with his strength. The spiritual power aura that could be seen with the naked eye wrapped around him, making him look even more extraordinary. The Emperor and the old man narrowed their eyes, and there was a faint look of shock in their eyes. Pan Ning had seen Howard kill people, but he had never seen him kill demons. At this time, when he saw the sword that appeared out of thin air, his heart couldn't help but jump. When he saw the sword in Howard's hand and the aura of spiritual power emanating from the sword, the human-like evil demon was shocked. He immediately took a step back and stared at Howard in shock. Golden Core Cultivator. How is this possible? How could a 10-year-old child reach the level of a Golden Core Cultivator? This was impossible. You dare to have designs on my sister-in-law? I will definitely destroy your soul and make you unable to reincarnate. How? Snorted coldly and pointed the sword in his hand to the ground. His figure suddenly rushed forward and his sword moved at will, slashing towards the monster at a speed that was too fast for the ears to cover. "Hiss! No!" He cried out in alarm. Ignoring his human form, he immediately transformed into his original form and tried to escape. The other people in the hall only saw that the monster that looked like a human a moment ago had turned into a huge golden toad the next moment. It leaped on the ground and dodged Howard's attack with extreme speed. Whoosh! Bang! Chapter 4497. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The abbot and Pan Ning's expressions changed as they cried out in alarm. The emperor did not expect the monster to charge at him. He instinctively retreated to avoid it, but his body seemed to be controlled by a force and could not move. At the same time, the old man beside the emperor rushed forward and slashed at the golden toad with the sword in his hand. However, there was only a clanging sound. When the sword in his hand was deflected, he was also sent flying. Bang! The old man was sent flying violently and crashed into a corner. When he looked up, he saw the golden toad hugging the emperor's body. The next moment, it let out a sinister laugh and instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. "Your Majesty!" The old man was shocked and stood up by supporting himself against the wall. The imperial guards outside rushed in, and the commander shouted in a deep voice, "Who dares to assassinate in front of the palace? Arrest them!" "Stop!" Pan Ning shouted anxiously and quickly shielded Howard behind him. He faced the Imperial Guard commander and said, "It's a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. No one is trying to assassinate you. You may leave." The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and ordered the Imperial Guard commander. Seeing the old man speak, the Imperial Guard commander hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the emperor's voice. That laughter was a little strange, causing the hearts of everyone in the hall to inexplicably tighten. This was especially so for the few people who had seen the demonic creature pounce towards the emperor and disappear into his body. Their expressions were exceptionally grave. "It's not a misunderstanding. These people are definitely trying to assassinate me. You arrest them." The emperor, who had originally closed his eyes, opened his eyes and said sinisterly. His expression was somewhat strange and excited, causing Pan Ning, the abbot, and the old man's hearts to sink. Was the emperor being controlled by an evil monster? However, before they could recover from their inconceivable shock, they heard the Imperial Guard commander respectfully reply, "Yes. Arrest them all." With that order, the Imperial Guards rushed out and quickly restrained the abbot and Pan Ning. When they got close to Pan Ning, the Imperial Guards were repelled by Pan Ning, and he shouted in a deep voice, "It's not what you see. They won't listen to you. They will only listen to the emperor." However, the emperor has been possessed and controlled by that demon, Howard said calmly. His cold little face was indifferent, but he held his sword and stood in front of his younger brother and sister. His mind was quickly thinking of a solution. "All of you back off," shouted the old man in a deep voice. The old man was the emperor's trusted aide, and his words usually carried a lot of weight. However, at this moment, the Imperial Guard commander hesitated. "Leave the two young ones alive. As for the rest, kill them on the spot." The emperor's gloomy voice sounded at this moment, undoubtedly causing the already tense atmosphere in the hall to become even more tense. Yes, the Imperial Guard no longer hesitated. He drew his sword and attacked Pan Ning and the others in the hall. Even if they had doubts, a saint fate was a saint fate. They only needed to carry it out. There was no need to question it. Seeing the sword coming towards him, Pan Ning sucked in a breath of cold air. He had no weapon in his hand, so he could only retreat. However, he bumped into Howard, who was behind him. Chapter 4498. Haha, come and kill him. The worst result is to drag this unlucky emperor down with you. He stared at Howard gloomily and said, "I don't know where you came from, but you broke my leg and ruined my plans. I will take revenge for this." Pan Ning and the old man stepped forward to block the door, and Lord Wu also went to help. The abbot looked at Howard and asked worriedly, "Is there any way to force that monster out of His Majesty's body?" "That's His Majesty. We can't let anything happen to him." Yuer's cunning eyes turned slightly. She took out something from her body and handed it to her brother, saying, "Brother, use this. Don't take it off." Howard shouted. At the same time Yuer took off the protective magic treasure on her body, the atmosphere in this side palace hall became a bit colder. Faintly, there was a bit of ghostly voice that entered their ears. "Hiss! This!" The abbot was also stunned. Even though he was the abbot of the Emperor Temple, he had never experienced such a situation. Where did those Een souls come from? One by one, they floated in the corner of the side palace, emitting faint sounds from their mouths. You also didn't expect that so many ghosts would appear when she took off the treasure on her body. She immediately put it back on. How? Who took a deep breath and said seriously to Mu Chun and Mu Yu, "Didn't I tell you to remember my words? Don't take off the things on your body. Once those ghosts get close to you, I won't know how to save you if father and mother are not here." "Brother, I'm sorry." Yua lowered her head. She didn't want to cause trouble. She just wanted to help her brother force out that golden toad demon. After all, if she had the treasure on her body, that golden toad demon wouldn't dare to attach itself to the Emperor. You have to remember that no one's life is more precious than yours. No matter what, you have to put your own safety first, Howard said. After glancing at the two, he stared at the Emperor. The next moment, he condensed a breath in his hands and attacked fiercely. The golden toad didn't even think before it tried to block the attack. However, its strength was no match for a golden core cultivator, not to mention such a small freak. In its panic, it was tied up by a rope, and its entire body was tied to the dragon throne, unable to move. What do you want? He stared at Howard approaching step by step and couldn't help but panic. He immediately shouted, "Guards! Help! Help!" Marquis Chi was worried that something would happen to the three children because of Pan Hong's visit, so he invited him into the palace to say a few words. One reason was that he was also curious about the three children and he liked them. Therefore, when Pan Hong came, he agreed and went to the palace to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at the side chamber, he saw a group of imperial guards outside banging on the door. Inside the side chamber that was closed, the Emperor's cry for help could be heard. His face immediately changed. He strode forward and asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Who dares to kidnap His Majesty?" "My lord." When the imperial guard saw him, he hurriedly stepped forward. The Pan family's second young master and the head steward are all inside. I don't know why they're holding the Emperor hostage, but the doors are locked. We're afraid that if we rush in, they'll harm the Emperor. We don't know what to do, so we asked the Marquis to decide. Chapter 4499. Hearing this, the Imperial Guard waved his hand to signal for everyone to retreat. He stepped forward and shouted, "Pan Ning, what's going on with you? Why aren't you opening the door?" "My lord, we have no intention of harming His Majesty. It's just that this matter can't be explained in a few words. In order to prevent the Imperial Guard from accidentally injuring people, we can't open the door." Pan Ning replied from inside. Looking at the Emperor who was tied to the dragon throne, he couldn't help but ask anxiously, how is it? Doing such a thing, even if His Majesty was possessed by an evil spirit, was still a great disrespect. He was risking the lives of the entire Pan family here. Moreover, there were ghosts floating in the air that could be seen with the naked eye. It was really frightening. "Bastard, why can't I open it? Open the door and let this Marquis in. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences of frightening His Majesty." Marquis Chi shouted from outside. Seeing that no one responded for a long time, his face darkened and he took a step back. "How many people are inside? Do you know?" he asked in a deep voice. "Not many people. Other than the abbot and master of the Emperor Temple, there are 3 children and Elder Tian and Du by His Majesty's side." The Imperial Guard quickly replied. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment and instructed the Imperial Guard, "Without this Marquis permission, don't act rashly. I'll go in and see what's going on." He didn't believe that Pan Ning was holding His Majesty hostage. The father and son of the Pan family were deeply trusted by His Majesty and could be said to be his confidants. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such high positions. Moreover, there weren't many people in the hall. It was impossible to do such a thing in front of the abbot and the 3 children of the Emperor Temple. "The door is closed. How is my lord going to enter?" the Imperial Guard asked. Marquis Chi glanced at him, and his gaze fell on the roof of the hall that was more than 10 meters high. He immediately took a leap and quietly landed on the roof of the hall. He walked toward the small skylight above. He didn't disturb them. Instead, he bent over to see what was going on in the palace. When he saw what was going on, he couldn't help but be shocked. His expression changed drastically. The Emperor, who was tied to the dragon throne, was struggling. His face was red and ferocious. Standing in front of him was the child named Xinyuan Hao. At this time, his hands were forming some strange seals, and he was mumbling something. A breath visible to the naked, I followed his fingertips and pointed directly at the Emperor's forehead. In the next moment, the shape of a golden toad faintly appeared on the Emperor's body, and he let out a miserable cry. "Hiss! What was going on?" His eyes widened in shock. The scene in the palace had long exceeded the scope of his understanding. Ah! A shrill scream came out of the emperor's mouth. The image of a golden toad appeared on his body. Perhaps unable to bear the pain, the golden toad attached to the emperor screamed. In the next moment, a light flashed and escaped toward the palace door in front of him. Trying to escape, Howard snorted coldly. He threw out a silver net in his hand and caught the golden toad tightly. The more the golden toad struggled, the tighter the silver net became. It was so tight that bloody marks appeared on the toad's body. His Majesty! The old man quickly went forward to help the fainted emperor. He quickly untied the rope on his body and pinched his Rinjong point, but he couldn't wake him up. Chapter 4500. However, his composure was relatively good, and he quickly calmed down. Looking at the chaotic side hall, his gaze fell on Hao, but he asked Pan Ning, what's going on? What is this thing? And those, how did it appear? Some of the Een souls floating in the corner were dressed in white, with long hair draped over their shoulders. Their faces were pale and lifeless, while others had their heads drooped, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. They let out faint voices. Even someone like him, who didn't believe in ghosts and evil, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he saw this scene. There were really ghosts in this world. Why are you still here? Do you want me to destroy your souls? Howard shouted coldly. The spiritual aura on his body attacked with pressure. Those ghosts who were still floating and unwilling to leave immediately screamed and disappeared in the side hall in the next moment. As those ghosts dispersed, the cold atmosphere in the hall also eased a little. Pan Ning and the others saw this and could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After a while, Pan Ning explained simply, "My lord, the so-called immortal that His Majesty invited into the palace is a demon. He attached himself to His Majesty, and that's why the previous incident happened. I didn't expect that there are demons in this world, and it's a golden toad demon." Marquis Chi vaguely guessed something. Looking at the huge golden toad tied up in the silver net on the ground, his eyes could not help but move slightly. That silver net seemed to be a treasure. Xin Yuan Hao, who was about 10 years old, was indeed not simple to be able to subdue this demon. Little immortal, His Majesty has been possessed by that demon. Will something happen to him? The old man could not help but ask worriedly when he could not wake the emperor up. He just had a few breaths of essence sucked out. He won't die, Howard said. He was about to go forward and ask where the golden toad came from when he was stopped by Pan Ning. How? Can you wake His Majesty up first? If he doesn't wake up, I'm afraid this matter can't be resolved later. Hearing this, Howard stopped and looked at Mu Chun, saying, "Chun'er, go and wake him up." "All right." Mu Chun responded, his little face calm. He walked up to the dragon throne, condensed a bit of spiritual energy in his hand, and pressed it between the emperor's eyebrows. After a while, the emperor woke up. "Your Majesty." Seeing this, the old man was relieved and bowed to Mu Chun gratefully. "Thank you, little immortal. What happened just now?" The emperor was stunned. He did not remember what had happened just now. He only felt that he was very weak and did not have the strength to speak. Only then did the old man tell him what had happened in a low voice. "Young almsgiver, how should we deal with this demon?" The abbot looked at Hao and asked. He was worried that if the demon escaped, it would cause trouble everywhere. Howard didn't say anything. He just walked up to the golden toad and asked coldly, "Where did you come from to the mortal realm?" However, the golden toad didn't make a sound. It just stared at him with hatred. Seeing this, Hao turned his palm, and a sharp sword pierced into the leg that wasn't cut off. "Speak." The sharp sword pierced through, and green blood seeped out. A miserable shriek came from the mouth of the golden toad. "Ah, are you going to speak or not?" Hao pulled out his sword and prepared to stab down again. Even the Marquis of Qi couldn't help but be startled when he saw that indifferent expression and cold gaze. Chapter 4501. When the golden toad saw that the sword was about to stab down again, it hurriedly opened its mouth and asked tentatively, "If I tell you, can you spare my life? I promise that I will leave this place and never appear in this mortal world again." If it had known that there was such a little freak in this unremarkable mortal world, How would it have dared to be so rampant here? Right now, it was scared witless by this little youth in front of it. It was terrified from the bottom of its heart. How Ur's eyes flashed as he stared at the golden toad and said, "That depends on whether I'm satisfied with what you say." After he finished speaking, he saw that everyone in the hall was staring at them from the corner of his eye. His heart moved, and he called out, "Chinner, come here." When the two little fellows heard this, they trotted to his side. They saw that their big brother had set up a barrier with a wave of his hand, isolating the line of sight and sound, so that the people outside the barrier could not see or hear what they were saying. "Big brother, can't we let them hear?" Ewer asked doubtfully. "They are only mortals in the end. It is not good for them to know too much about cultivation." Howard looked at the golden toad and said, "You can speak now." Hearing this, the golden toad was delighted, thinking that it had won a chance of survival. It immediately said, "I am a golden toad formed after cultivating for 500 years. I snuck out from the Floating Fate Immortal Island." Floating Fate Immortal Island? Where is it? How far is it from here? Howard hurriedly asked. "That is a place isolated from a mortal world. It is a place for cultivators. I am not a flying demon, so it took me more than 2 months to come here from there." The golden toad quickly said, "However, if you have an aircraft or a flying sword, it will only take about a month to reach the Floating Fate Immortal Island from here. Moreover, I drew a map after coming out of the Floating Fate Immortal Island. If you follow the map, you will be able to reach the Floating Fate Immortal Island." It looked at Howard and begged for mercy. "I have already told you everything I know. Please spare my life." "Where is the map?" Howard asked. The golden toad paused for a moment before opening its mouth and spitting out a chinkoan bag. "The map is inside." "How?" Opened it and confirmed that there was a map inside. He glanced at it and kept it. He then asked, "What kind of place is the Floating Fate Immortal Island? The more you say, the more likely I am to spare your life and let you go." Hearing this, the golden toad was overjoyed. It didn't dare to hide anything and carefully told them everything it knew about the Floating Fate Celestial Island. Outside the barrier, the Emperor, Pan Ning, and the others were startled when they saw the 3 children's monster disappear into thin air. They wondered what had happened. "Have they left?" the Emperor asked with a frown. Looking at the figures that disappeared into thin air, he felt a little anxious. He hadn't asked the 3 children how to achieve immortality, so how could they leave? Probably not. As Chi Bohu spoke, he reached out his hand. He was a martial artist and was more sensitive to airflow fluctuations. At this time, even if he couldn't see, he could feel that there was something not far in front of him. Therefore, he stretched out his hand, but after touching the airflow, he was bounced back and his whole body retreated a few meters. Chapter 4502. Seeing that he couldn't see or hear anything, Marquis Chi paused and said, "Your Majesty, the Imperial guards outside are still standing guard. I'll go out and deal with them. Let them leave first." "All right, go." The Emperor leaned against the dragon throne and looked at the empty hall, waiting for the 3 children to appear. At the same time, he wondered why they used this immortal technique to conceal themselves. Could it be that there was something they didn't want them to know? As time passed, the Emperor grew impatient. He stood up and walked around a few times before sitting down again. Suddenly, an extremely unpleasant smell filled the air, causing him to cover his nose and mouth. "What's that smell?" he asked in a deep voice. Then he saw the 3 children who had originally disappeared reappear in his line of sight. And in front of them, the golden toad demon that was bound by the silver net had already turned into a pool of green blood. That foul stench was emitted from that pool of blood. "You killed it?" The Emperor's face was filled with surprise as he looked at the cold-faced Xin Yuan Hao. From what he heard earlier, it seemed that if the demon told them something useful, they wouldn't kill it. How? Led his younger brother and sister away to prevent their boots from being stained with the foul smell. When he heard the Emperor's words, he looked at him coldly and said, "It was destined to die from the moment it set its sights on my younger brother and sister." In other words, he had never thought of sparing its life. When the Emperor heard this, he looked at the young boy and his heart couldn't help but tremble. The young boy was warning him. "Umipa, It's good that the demon is dead. If it weren't for the young benefactor, I'm afraid no one here would be able to deal with it. The abbot stepped forward and said, seeing that the demon was dead and the matter was resolved, the identities of the three children could no longer be hidden. The emperor naturally wouldn't do anything to them, so he took his leave. Seeing this, the emperor let Marquis Qi leave first. After the two monks and Marquis Qi left, only the emperor, the old man, Pan Ning, and the three children were left in the side hall. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall was a little strange, Howard looked at the emperor and asked, "Can we leave now? You still want to return to the Pan family?" The emperor glanced at the three of them before he glanced at Pan Ning and said, "Why don't all of you stay in the palace?" "No need." Hao Er's rejection was very thorough. He didn't give him any face at all. Seeing this, the emperor narrowed his eyes and stared at him, saying, "It's fine if you don't want to stay, but did that monster tell you where it came from? Also, there are immortals and demons in this world. Then, do you immortal cultivators also have the art of immortality?" Hao Er's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the emperor and said, "Like us, it came from the other side of the heaven realm. It's just that it came from a different place. Even immortal cultivators don't have immortality. The lifespan of immortal cultivators is just longer than immortals. Can immortal pills and elixirs increase one's lifespan? Come back from the dead?" The emperor stared at Hao Er and said, "Since you were able to save Pan Hong back then, you naturally have an elixir of immortality with you, right? You can tell me what you want. I just want a few immortal pills." Chapter 45:03. 2 pills. The emperor glanced at him, implying that 2 pills were too little. "That's right, 2 pills. One is an antidote pill that can cure hundreds of poisons, and the other is a pill that could save one's life in a dangerous situation." Hao Er looked at him and said, "For you mortals, no matter which pill you take, other than resolving immediate danger, is also very beneficial to your body. Even if it can't increase your lifespan by 100 or 80 years, it will still increase your lifespan by a dozen years." Hearing this, the emperor's eyes flashed and his heart skipped a beat. He said, "All right, tell me, what's the condition you're talking about?" Hao Er glanced at Pan Ning and then said to the emperor, "The Pan family has done us a favor. The condition for giving you the 2 pills is to protect the Pan family and ensure that they have no worries for 3 generations." Hearing this condition, the emperor was a little surprised and involuntarily looked at Pan Ning. After hearing this, Pan Ning's heart trembled. He did not expect Hao Er to ask for 3 generations of peace for them. This was a very deep friendship. "No problem." The emperor looked at Hao Er and said, "The Pan family has always been highly valued by me. I can guarantee that they will have no worries for 3 generations. Even if I am no longer around after 100 years, I will still give the order." However, when Hao Er heard this, he shook his head. "That's not right. It should be an imperial edict or something. After all, you are you and your son is your son. He may not necessarily do as you say." "You." The emperor glared at him. He felt that this boy did not know what was good for him. However, he did not think much of such a condition. Therefore, he said, "All right, I will give a secret edict. Let Pan Ning bring it back home. In the future, as long as the Pan family does not rebel, no matter which prince is on the throne in the future, I will guarantee that they will have no worries for 3 generations." He waved his hand and gestured for the old man to prepare. Not long after, he wrote a secret edict and stamped it. Finally, he let the old man hand it to Pan Ning. At the same time, he said to Hao Er, "This should be enough, right?" Pan Ning held the secret edict in both hands and stood there in a daze. He was so shocked that he couldn't react until Hao Er walked up to him and took the edict from his hands. He looked at it and put it back in his hands. Only then did he come back to his senses and hurriedly kneel down. "On behalf of the 3 generations of the Pan family, this subject thanks your majesty for your boundless kindness." His hands were trembling as he held the secret edict. He had never thought that he would obtain such a precious treasure on this trip to the palace. When the emperor saw Hao Er checking the imperial edict, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, what kind of parents would raise such a son? How infuriating! He was the ruler of a country. Could it be that he would lie to him? He actually went to check the authenticity of the imperial edict? How annoying. All right. Get up and stand aside. The emperor waved his hand and looked at the boy. How? He then took out 2 small bottles from his space and handed them forward. He said, "These 2 pills are very precious. Even in the cultivation world, they are priceless treasures." After taking the pills, the emperor looked at the name written on the bottle and saw 2 words at the bottom of the bottle. He muttered softly, "Ghost Doctor?" He looked at Howard and asked, "Who is this ghost doctor?" Chapter 4504. From the moment he said those words, the emperor knew that they wanted to leave. Hearing him say this, he wasn't surprised and just nodded. "I understand." He looked at Pan Ning and said, "You take them back." "Yes," Pan Ning replied. After bowing, he left with Hao and the other 2. After watching them leave and disappear from sight, the emperor looked at the 2 bottles in his hand and sighed. "I didn't expect that on this day, I would not only meet demons but also immortals. I even obtained 2 precious pills." The old man stood quietly at the side. He didn't say anything because he knew that the emperor didn't need him to say anything. Pan Ning kept the secret edict in his arms. He felt that his steps were light as a feather. It wasn't until he left the palace and got into the Pan family's carriage that he let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the 3 children and stood up to bow to them. There were thousands of words in his mind, but in the end, he only said, "Thank you." Howard supported him and said, "There's no need for that. We're just returning the favor." The carriage went all the way to the Pan family. Pan Ning sent the 3 children back to the southern courtyard first, then hurriedly ran to find his grandfather, father, and eldest brother to tell them what had happened. In the Pan family study, when they heard Pan Ning's words and saw the imperial edict spread out in front of them, the masters of the Pan family were all shocked, speechless. They actually asked for such an imperial edict for them. The Pan family's patriarch looked at the imperial edict in shock. His heart was filled with indescribable gratitude and disbelief. "I didn't expect them to really be immortals. Our Pan family is so lucky," Father Pan said excitedly. Even the usually calm Pan Hong was shocked when he saw the imperial edict. To the Pan family, this imperial edict was a treasure that couldn't be any more precious. 3 generations of the Pan family would be worry-free. This was no ordinary grace. "Listen up." The Pan family's patriarch put away his shocked expression and took a deep breath. He looked at them and said, "What happened today, other than us, can't be told to anyone else. Even your wives and children can't be told. Otherwise, there might be trouble. Keep this imperial edict carefully and pass it on to the next generation." Yes, we know. They also knew that this matter was not related to the little brother. His Majesty was still on the throne, and under his protection, there was no need for them to use this imperial edict. However, the next emperor, after 100 years, might not be able to tolerate the Pan family. When that time came, this imperial edict would be a treasure that would protect the lives of the Pan family. Naturally, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. "Keep the imperial edict in the secret compartment. Let's go and thank them," the Pan family patriarch said. "All right," they replied. After putting away the imperial edict, they headed towards the south courtyard together. At this moment, in the southern courtyard, the 3 children were counting the treasures in their room with the door closed. Now that the golden toad demon was dead, the treasures that the golden toad demon had hidden naturally fell into their hands. "Big brother, what can the Knighten of this golden toad demon do?" You are asked while holding a pearl with faint golden radiance in her hand. This golden toad demon's Knighten has the effect of detoxification. If you take a bowl of clear water and soak this bead in it, then the water will detoxify it. How? Said as he classified the treasures. Chapter 4505. A smile appeared on Hao-Er's face, and he said, "Yes, I also have the same plan. In addition to this inner core, you can pick out a few more things to give to them." "Okay." The 2 of them answered and began to seriously choose. They couldn't compare to cultivators like them. Some magic treasures and the like needed to be activated with spiritual power, and they couldn't use them. Even if they gave them to them, it would be useless. Therefore, they had to carefully choose what to give them. Young Master Hao, great-grandfather, and the others are here. 17 reported from the courtyard. Hearing this, the three people in the room looked at each other and covered the things with blankets. They shouted for 17 to invite them in and went to the outer room to open the door. The father and son of the Pan family entered the room and told 17 to stand guard outside the courtyard before closing the door. They turned around and bowed to Hao and the others. "Don't be like this," the three hurriedly said and went forward to support them. "Of course, our Pan family is greatly indebted to you. This bow is necessary. Otherwise, we will feel uneasy," great-grandfather said and insisted on bowing again. Seeing this, the three children looked at each other and didn't stop them. After they bowed, they invited them to sit down. "I heard from Pan Ning that you were preparing to leave?" great-grandfather asked and looked at the three children. From the first day he saw them, he knew that they weren't simple. Later on, he personally taught them how to read and write. He discovered that these three children were extraordinary, but he didn't expect that these three extraordinary children were actually immortals. "Yes, we are preparing. We will leave in a few days." Howard said. "Where are you going? Just the three of you? Why don't I send someone to send you there? It will be safer than the three of you going on the road," great-grandfather said. After all, in his opinion, they were still three children. "No need, great-grandfather. You and Big Brother are very powerful now," Ewer said with a smile. She looked at her big brother and said crisply, "Big Brother is also very powerful. Big Brother will protect us." Looking at Ewer, the expression on Hao-er's face softened a bit and said to them, "At that time my strength was not restored, but now my strength is restored, so there won't be any problem in protecting them." As he spoke, he looked at Pan Hong and said, "Uncle Hong, I can't treat your leg, but if there's a chance in the future, we'll ask her to treat your leg." Pan Hong didn't expect him to still remember his legs. He immediately said, "It's okay. I'm fine like this. It's just a pair of legs. It's good enough that I'm still alive." They were not from the same world as them. It was only a pair of legs. How could he dare to trouble them to come from such a faraway place to treat him? They chatted for a while in the room, then got up and left. Because they said that they were not to be disturbed during their closed-door cultivation, the Pan family also gave the order not to disturb them. In the following days, Chi Bohu did visit them a few times, wanting to see them. However, he returned empty-handed time and time again. Half a month later, in the morning, the three children walked out of the courtyard. Ewer said, "Big Brother, let's go and say goodbye to Big Sister Schwer and the others." Big Brother said that they were going to leave today. They had already prepared the gifts, but before leaving, they still wanted to see their friends again. Chapter 4506. The three of them went directly to the front yard and sat in the hall for a while. Pan family's old master and the others hurried over, followed by Bowen, Bo Ching, and Schwer. "Little sister little brother Mu Chun, I haven't seen you for a long time. I missed you guys so much." Fu Qing, who looked like a tiger, saw them and jogged over to the two of them. "Why didn't you come out to play? Staying in the yard all day will make you stupid. Look, my father made me a wooden sword. It's so fun." He excitedly took out the small wooden sword from his waist and showed it to them. "I can practice swordsmanship with you in the future. I've been learning swordsmanship from my father these days." Looking at the excited and happy face of Fu Qing, Yuer's face also overflowed with a smile, and her pair of beautiful big eyes blinked while looking at him. Reaching out her hand, she gestured and said with a beaming smile, "Big Brother Fu Qing, you have grown taller again. Of course, I eat a bowl of rice for every meal." Bo Qing puffed out his chest and said, "Little sister are you coming to play with us today? We came to say goodbye to you today. We're leaving." You said and looked at him blankly. The smile on her face disappeared, and she nervously grabbed his hand. "What? You're leaving? Why are you leaving? Where are you going? Are you really leaving? Aren't you going to stay for a few more days?" Bowen also came forward and looked at them with reluctance. "I also don't want you to leave." Schwer also grabbed Yuer's hand, her eyes red. "All right," Pan family's old master said and looked at his children. Sit at the side. When the three children heard this, they obediently stood to the side. We're leaving today. Big Brother brought us here to say goodbye to you. Mu-chan looked at the three of them, his little face still tense. He walked forward and took out 3 jade pendants and handed them to the three of them. This is a gift from the three of us. It's for you as a memento. When the adults of the Pan family saw this, they couldn't help but be startled. They hurriedly said, "How can we accept this? This thing is too precious." The things they gave out were definitely immortal treasures. How could the three children accept such precious treasures? Yu said with a beaming smile, "Big Brother let us pick 3 gifts to give to Big Brother Bo 1, Big Brother Bo Ching, and also Big Sister Schwer. So Big Brother and I picked these 3 pendants. Take it. It's nothing valuable." Hao looked at the patriarch and said, "We still have some things to tell you." Hearing this, the Pan family's father and son looked at each other. Only then did they accept the gifts for the 3 children. Then, they had them wait outside before closing the door. Hao handed over a box and said, "This is the Golden Toad Demon's Nidin. Soak it in clear water, and it will cure all poisons. Keep this Nidin and don't let anyone know about it." He paused and said, "We're giving these 3 things to Bo Ching and the others. It's best to tell them not to tell anyone about it, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble." The Pan family's father and son didn't expect that they would actually give them these treasures. For a moment, they didn't know whether to accept or not. Chapter 45:07. "All right, then we'll accept it. We'll take good care of this treasure. Thank you very much," the old master said solemnly and put the small box into his arms. He thought for a while and said, "The 3 of you are on the road. Even if you have good skills, I'm worried that there will be people with bad intentions. You have to have an adult by your side." He paused and thought for a while before saying, 17 has been by your side for more than a year. Why don't you let him go with you? If anything happens along the way, he can take care of it. If you reach a safe place and don't want him to stay, he can come back. If you want him to stay, he can stay by your side to take care of you." Hao thought for a while and nodded. "All right, let's let 17 follow us." When the Pan family saw this, they smiled. Pan Ning said, "I'll prepare the carriage for you." "All right," Hao replied. After he left, Fu Qing and the others ran in again. "Are you really leaving? Will you come back in the future?" Bowen couldn't help but ask. They had been with their friends for more than a year. They thought that they would grow up with them here, but they didn't expect that they would suddenly leave. "If there's a chance in the future, we'll come back," Hao said. When I become more powerful and no longer need anyone to follow me, I'll come back to see you," Yu said with a smile. "Practice your martial arts and swordsmanship well. Don't be too weak." Muchen looked at Fu Qing and said, he wouldn't say that he was reluctant to part with him, but for a friend who had been with him for so long, he was still reluctant to part with him. When Fu Qing heard this, his eyes reddened and tears fell. Sob. "Don't worry. I'll definitely practice my martial arts and swordsmanship well. When we meet again, I'll be able to beat you." Mu Chen's face was tense. He glanced at his crying face and said proudly, "Don't think about beating me. You won't be able to." The children were talking in a hall. First Madam and Second Madam, who hadn't been called, also came in. When the butler came to inform them that the carriage was ready, Hao, and the others bid farewell to them again. "Safe journey," the Pan family members said as they sent them off. After watching them enter the carriage, Pan Ning said, "There's some food in the carriage for all of you. You can eat on the way." Then, he said worriedly, 17, take good care of them on the way. They will be your masters in the future." "Yes," 17 replied. He looked at the people of the Pan family and said, 17 will protect the 3 masters." Under the reluctant gazes of the crowd, 17 slowly drove the carriage away. Watching the carriage slowly move away until it disappeared into the street, Fu Qing pulled his father's hand and looked up to ask, "Father, will they come back? Will we see them again in the future?" Pan Ning sighed in his heart. He picked up his son and looked into the distance. "They're not the same as us. Immortals and mortals were different. To be able to interact with each other for so long and form such good karma was already something unimaginable. Chapter 4508. It was also good that they left. The city was abuzz with the news. Only after they left would they be forgotten after a long time. In another world, Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu were resting by the sea. Looking at the endless sea in front of them, Fengjiu held his cheek with one hand and said, "We have almost searched this world. It seems that we have to change to another world. But this time, which world should we choose to search?" Xinyuan Mose pondered and said, "Chen and you were unable to awaken their contracted beasts because of the blood curse. However, how? Or has the silver wolf and his own talent is high? Perhaps he has already broken through the blood curse and recovered. But there's been no news of them for so long. Could it be that they are unable to contact us where they are? Otherwise, with Hao Er's intelligence, he will definitely find a way to let us know where they are." "You mean, could they be in the mortal world?" Fengjiu was startled and looked at him in surprise. "We can't rule out this possibility." Xinyuan Mose nodded and said, "The place that Tianjizi pointed to is a place in the lower realm. In the past 2 years, we've only searched the realm of immortals, but we've rarely checked the realm of mortals. What if they're really in the realm of mortals? With the 3 children's strength, if they go to such a place and don't have the transmission scroll with them, they can't go back to the immortal world at all." Hearing this, Fengjiu quickly took out the map to check and excluded some places. Finally, he circled an area and said, "This area is all the mortal world. It's just that the spiritual aura of this place is very weak and almost no immortal cultivators will set foot in it. However, the terrain is very wide. Even if we search one by one, I'm afraid it will take at least 2 to 3 years. Since there is a direction, we have to try no matter what. However, don't be too anxious. At least we know that the 3 children are safe now." Xinyuan Mose held her hand and said, "Yes, I know. Don't worry. It's been so long, and I've adjusted my mentality." Tianjizi also said that one day we'll meet them again. Fengjiu smiled and exhaled softly. "Yesterday, I sent a message back to my father and the others, telling them not to worry too much. My brother even asked where we are now." She paused for a moment before continuing. "I also sent a message to Du Fan and the others to return and stop searching everywhere. However, they said that they had nothing to do when they returned, so they asked me about the relevant information. I told them what Tianjizi told me, and I reckon that they will also search in this direction. Since that's the case, let's have them search the mortal realm." Xinyuan Mose looked at her and said, "With more people searching, perhaps we can find them earlier. Although you've been running around, I can see that your cultivation seems to be fluctuating. Are you going to advance again?" Fengjiu asked. He inexplicably thought of the words that Tianjizi said the other day and felt a little worried. "There are so many immortal cultivators in this world, but I've never heard of anyone stepping into the supreme level." Xinyuan Mo smiled and said, "What's more, you and I are advancing at lightning speed. Even if we're at the peak of the Divine King realm, it's not easy to step into the supreme level." Chapter 4509. Hearing this, Xinyuan Mo smirked. "Don't worry. Even if I advance, I'll be fine. Furthermore, we haven't found the children yet. Where we find the time to stop and refine pills and advance." Fengjiu wanted to say something, but he held her hand and stood up. "Let's go to the mortal world to look for them." He waved his hand, and a whirlpool appeared beside him. Then, he led her into the whirlpool. As the two disappeared into the whirlpool also disappeared in the air, as if it had never appeared 3 months later, in the evening. A carriage was moving along the mountain road. Seeing that there was no one around, 17, who was driving the carriage, raised his guard. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, 17 said to the 3 people in the carriage, "Young Master Hao, it's getting dark. Shall we find a place to rest for the night? Shall we continue tomorrow?" In the carriage, Mu Chun held a night pearl in his hand and shone it on the side. Yor sat obediently at the side and didn't make a fuss. Hao sat between the two of them and was looking at a map. Hearing 17's words, Hao removed his hand on the map and said, "No need. Continue along this road and stop when we reach the end." "Yes," 17 replied respectfully and continued to drive the carriage forward. "Big brother, is there no road here?" Muchin pointed at the place on the map and asked. "No, it's just that after we reach here, the carriage can't move. We have to walk. Look here, as long as we cross these mountains, we can reach this sea area. The floating Fate Immortal Island is on the other side of this sea area." "How?" I looked at the map and taught them to look at it. In the carriage, how? Set up a soundproof enchantment and explained some things to Mu Chun and Mu Yu in detail. When the sky darkened and the carriage stopped, he removed the enchantment with a wave of his hand and lifted the curtain at the same time. "Young Master Hao, there's no road ahead." 17 looked at the pitch-black darkness in front of him and looked around worriedly. As night fell, he could faintly hear the roars of wild beasts. Hao and the other two alighted from the carriage one after another. After looking around, Hao walked forward but was stopped by 17. "Young Master Hao, you can't go any further. There's a cliff in front." 17 hurriedly reminded him, worried that he would accidentally fall. The carriage continued to climb along the mountain path until there was no road left. However, it was still on top of a cliff. "Let's rest here tonight. We'll leave tomorrow." "Hao," then turned to Mu Chun and Mu Yu. "You two go back to the carriage and rest. I'll go pick up some branches to start a fire. It won't be too cold at night." As 17 spoke, she was about to head into the forest. Unexpectedly, Hao shook his head. "It's already dark. There should be a lot of wild beasts around here. You shouldn't go." He looked at 17 and said, "We've been on this journey for 3 months. We're not far from our destination. Do you want to go back, or do you want to come with us?" 17 left the Pan family, and the 3 masters are already 17's masters. 17 will naturally follow the masters. "How can I go back?" he hurriedly said. Chapter 45:10. Seeing this, 17 looked at him uneasily and nervously, worried that he would chase him away. "You've been with us for almost 2 years. You should know that we're immortal cultivators, and you're just a mortal. The place we're going to is a place where immortal cultivators live. It's very difficult for mortals to survive there. Moreover, there are many dangers around us. If you follow us, who knows when you'll die in the hands of an immortal cultivator." "How?" Earl looked at him and analyzed the pros and cons. "If you leave now, I can give you a treasure. If you return to the Pan family, you can live a peaceful life. However, if you come with us, I can't guarantee your safety. After all, I still have my brother and sister to protect. There are many times when I won't be able to take care of you. So, you have to think carefully." 17 thought for a moment and asked, "Young Master Hao, are there no mortals in the place where the immortals live?" "Of course not. Not everyone can become immortals. Those without spiritual roots are mortals. It's just that it's hard for mortals to survive in a place where the immortals live." 17 wants to follow the 3 masters. He said firmly, "When we get there, young Master Hao, you don't have to worry about 17. 17 will not cause you any trouble. 17 can take care of young Master Chun and Miss Yu's daily life and follow them to protect them." In his opinion, young Master Hao was very powerful, but Mu Chun and Mu Yu were only 4 years old. They still needed an adult to take care of them. "You?" looked at 17 and then at her brother. She smiled and said, "Brother, let 17 follow us. With him, I won't need you to accompany me when I go out." "All right, Hao," replied and looked at 17. "Tonight, I'll tell you about some places in the immortal cultivation world. Listen carefully and remember it. When we get there, we have to be careful and keep a low profile." "Yes." 17 couldn't help but be delighted, and a smile appeared on his face. That night, Mu Chun and Mu Yu slept comfortably in the carriage while Hao talked to 17 the whole night. When the sky brightened, Hao walked forward and looked at the distance between the clouds. The place where they stood was about 70 to 80 meters away from the cliff on the opposite side. Moreover, there was mist in the air, so they couldn't see clearly. Hao had to use his divine sense to find out the distance. After waking Mu Chun and Mu Yu up and having some food, Hao took out the aircraft. With a toss of his hand, the aircraft grew bigger in front of them. "Come up," Hao shouted and got them to sit on the aircraft. Then, The aircraft flew towards the cliff on the other side. This was the first time 17 was flying in the air on a flying device. Even though he was a grown man, his face was still pale with fright. Both of his hands were tightly gripping the edges of the flying device. 17's face turned pale from fright. Ewer was all smiles as she looked at his nervous face. She herself wasn't afraid. Instead, she was very curious as she looked all around. She and her brother had aircraft too. However, Big Brother had instructed him not to take it out casually. Chapter 45:11. When he stood on the ground, 17's legs were weak and his face was slightly pale. He never thought that he would fly in the sky one day. That kind of excitement made his hair stand on end, even though he had undergone special training. Looking at the three little masters, each one more calm than the other, he couldn't help but feel that he was really too useless. How? Or looked at the endless sea in front of him and said, "Let's rest first." The floating Fate Immortal Island is on the other side of the sea, but it's a little far away. Big Brother, are we still going to take the flying device? Ewer asked. Yes, we can only go there by flying device. Howard nodded and looked at them. Let's rest first and eat something. He turned to 17 and asked, "Are you okay?" Young Master How, don't worry. I'm fine. It was his first time flying in the sky, so he wasn't used to it yet. However, he would get used to it after a while. They rested by the sea for a while. Afternoon, Howard continued to take them to the surface of the sea in the aircraft, preparing to cross the seemingly endless sea. Even though the aircraft was flying in the air, it was only early in the morning of the next day that they could faintly see the land that appeared in their line of sight. I see it, young Master How. It's the land in front, 17 said with some surprise. Looking at the land in front of them, his eyes were filled with excitement. It turned out that the place where immortal cultivators lived was so far away from where mortals lived. If it weren't for the aircraft, mortals wouldn't have been able to come to such a place, let alone see the land hidden on the other side of the sea. In the morning light, Howard's aircraft slowly landed in a forest on the side of the land. He put away the aircraft and looked at the surrounding environment. When we're here, you must be vigilant and careful. Yes, 17 replied. Okay. Mu Chun and Mu Yu also responded. Seeing him take out the map and check it, Mu Chun asked, Big Brother, are we in the forest now? Why don't we use the aircraft to fly out of here? Howard looked at the map and frowned. This map only shows how to get to the floating Fate Immortal Island. As for the route here, it's blank. The golden toad demon probably never left, so it wasn't drawn. He raised his head to look at Mu Chun. Moreover, if the aircraft is seen by those who are stronger than us, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be greedy for it. That's why it's best to avoid using it when we're here. Hearing this, they nodded and came to a realization. We came here mainly to find out how to get back. Now that we're here and in this forest, it's a good opportunity to bring you guys to gain experience in this forest and increase your combat power. Howell looked at them as he spoke. He put away the map and led them into the forest. This was a training forest. Back then, the golden toad demon had cultivated here for 500 years. Therefore, there were many ferocious beasts and demonic beasts here. In the early morning forest, the faint roars of ferocious beasts could be heard, as well as the chirping of birds on the branches. 3 children and an adult were shuttling through the forest where the weeds were half the height of a person. It was a very strange scene. Roar! Chapter 45:12. Be careful! 17 cried out in alarm. Shielding the 2 little ones behind him, he pulled out the sword from his waist and slashed towards the huge tusked boar. Clang! However, when he slashed with his sword, it made a clanging sound as if he was slashing an iron plate. The hand holding the sword was shaken to the point of pain. Just when he was in a daze, he saw Mu Chun leaping up. His small body directly sat on the back of that tusked boar. The dagger in his hand was filled with a breath that was visible to the naked eye, and with a speed that was too fast for the ears to cover, he stabbed towards the bottom of its neck. Whoosh! Roar! The sharp blade pierced through and was fiercely pulled out. Fresh blood spurted out like a pillar of blood. The wild tusked boar howled miserably and fiercely flung away the small figure riding on its back. Seeing Mu Chun being thrown away, Hao Er's heart was raised. He wanted to go forward to help, but he forcefully restrained himself. This was only a low-level, ordinary beast. If they couldn't even defeat this ordinary beast, then there was no need to talk about any experience. "Brother, be careful," you were softly called out. Seeing him being thrown down, and that beast once again bumping towards the direction where he was thrown, she hurriedly rushed forward. At the same time, she pulled out her dagger, and at the same time, her small figure actually drilled towards the bottom of that beast, directly stabbing upward from below. Howard didn't expect that she would actually be so daring. He was so scared that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. He took a step forward, but when he saw her stabbing the neck of that beast with her dagger, blood splashing all over her body, he stopped in his tracks. However, his heart was in his throat. Only when he saw her drilled out from under that beast and retreated did he finally relax. When Mu Chan was thrown away, he jumped high in the air. His small body somersaulted in midair and steadily landed on the ground. When he saw his little sister drilled under that beast without any regard for her life, he was so scared that his face turned pale. Roar! That tusk boar howled. Because of the two daggers stabbing its vital points, blood gushed out. Following the loss of blood, its four hooves were somewhat weak. Its huge body swayed and hit a tree at the side, crushing it before it got up again. When Mu Chun saw this, he immediately rode up and dug out the crystal core from the beast's head. As the crystal core was dug out, the huge beast also fell with a loud crash. Bang! A heavy sound rang out, and even the ground shook slightly. Howard looked at this scene and at the same time, at his brother and sisters full of satisfaction and joy. Although the two of them were only 4 years old, their courage and insight had been honed. They were also very agile. With their strength and their small bodies, it was already very impressive for them to be able to kill this low-level tusked boar. Compared to Hao's, 17 was stunned. He's of his heart. Was this really something a 3 or 4-year-old child could do? Big brother, we can protect ourselves when we encounter danger. Chapter 45:13. Looking at them, 17 couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He only knew that the two little masters in front of him had really refreshed his worldview and understanding. In contrast, the skills and fighting strength he was so proud of were actually too weak compared to them. Thinking that he couldn't even compare to a 4-year-old child, he couldn't help but burst into tears. As it turned out, he was the one who should be protected. Only heaven knew that he had been protecting these two little masters all along the way, but now, he suddenly felt so useless. What should he do? "Miss you, Master Chun, why are you so powerful?" he faintly asked, looking as if he had suffered a blow. Because we were personally taught by Big Brother. Big Brother told us that when dealing with a ferocious beast, we have to attack its fatal points. You were said with a smile. Looking at 17, she said, "This boar is a low-level ferocious beast, but it's a metal-attributed ferocious beast. Its skin is very hard and also very sturdy. Cutting its skin won't hurt it. You can only attack below its neck. That's its fatal point. Only by attacking its fatal point can you kill it." 17's eyes lit up. "So that's how it is." 17, cut some meat from this boar and roast it. The ferocious beast's meat has a spiritual aura. Eating it can strengthen one's body. How? Said, letting him cut some meat from the boar first. Yes. 17 hurriedly responded. How? Walked forward and came to Yuer's side. With a cold face, he said, "Yuer, do you know that what you did just now was very dangerous? If you didn't dodge from under that boar, do you know that you would have been trampled to death?" Yuer lowered her head and whispered, "But I could have dodged." "Then what if you couldn't?" Hao Er's face was stiff, and his voice was cold. "No matter what you do, you can't put yourself in danger. Haven't I taught you before?" Hearing this, Yuer's head hung even lower. She held the dagger in her hand and whispered, "Big brother, I'm sorry." And knows her mistake. Yuer won't do it again. "Little sister, do you know that you scare me just now? What if you were trampled to death? It would be ugly to be trampled to death." Mu Chun also said with a cold face, putting on the airs of an older brother. I'll be careful in the future. I won't do it again, she said softly. Hao-er's expression eased up when he saw this, and he said, All right, the blood on your body will attract other ferocious beasts. See if there's a water source nearby, and wash yourself clean first. He turned around and looked at 17, who was squatting on the ground and cutting the meat with his back facing them. He walked up to him and looked. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The tusked boar that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms was actually skinned by the knife in his hand. That scene was truly a little frightening. Young Master Hao, we don't need this pig skin. I cut off 2 hind legs. If we use these 2 hind legs to roast, it should be enough for us to eat for a few days. 17 dragged the 2 hind legs to her side. Hao-er thought for a moment and took out a chinquin bag from his space. He put the 2 pig legs inside and said, Let's find a water source first and wash the bloodstains. All right. Chapter 45:14. They continued to walk forward and found a water source. They washed the blood off their bodies and changed their clothes. Then, they found a place to sit down and rest. 17. This is the introductory mantra for cultivation. Try to cultivate it. See if you can condense spiritual energy. Hao-er handed him a mantra. Because he did not have spiritual energy, he could not even open his heaven-earth bag. It was very inconvenient to walk in this forest without a heaven-earth bag. Thus, he gave him the introductory mantra to try. At his age, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate. However, regardless of whether he had any cultivation, as long as he could condense spiritual energy and sense the existence of spiritual energy, he could use the heaven-earth bag. Young Master Hao, is this for me? I can cultivate it too? 17 was so excited that he could not find his words. He could not believe that he would give him something like this. This is a more common introductory mantra in the cultivation world. As long as you can condense spiritual energy, you can use the heaven-earth bag in the future. Try it. Hao-er placed the mantra in his hand and said, Also, eat more ferocious beast meat. It's good for you. Yes, thank you, young Master Hao. 17 immediately stood up and knelt down on one knee. All right, I also wanted to ask you. I saw that your dissection technique was a little different. Have you learned it before? Hao-er looked at him strangely. Thinking about the scene of flesh and bone returning to bone, he felt a little strange. Hearing this, 17 grinned and said, In the future, when I train in the Dark Guard camp, I will be in charge of the food for the Dark Guard for a period of time. I have killed thousands of pigs, so I know how to deal with those beasts. Hearing this, Hao-er could not help but purse his lips. All right, so he was doing the work of slaughtering pigs in the Dark Guard camp. They rested in the forest. 17 also seized the time to memorize the mantra and cultivate according to Hao-er's instructions. At night, they roasted meat and found a relatively safe place to rest. They prepared to rest until they had enough energy to continue tomorrow. 17 was responsible for keeping watch at night. At the same time, he also tried to draw energy into his body. However, after a day, he did not gain anything. However, after eating the barbecued meat, he felt a warm current surging in his body. Thus, he tried again. That night, he tried again and again. One morning, 8 days later, 17 shouted in surprise, Young Master Hao-ai, I think I've already drawn chi into my body. Hao-er was a little surprised. He glanced at him and nodded. That's right. You're indeed drawing chi into your body. You're a little fast. His tone was a little strange, and his gaze was somewhat sizing him up. One had to know that it would take at least 10 days to half a month for an average person to draw chi into their body. Some might even take a few months. However, he only took 7 or 8 days. Could it be that 17 was a good seedling for cultivation? Hao-er guessed in his heart and sized him up. Then, he handed him a chinquin bag. This is for you. You can store things in the future. Thank you, young Master Hao. 17 happily took it and looked at it carefully. It was just a small and inconspicuous bag, but he had seen him take out a lot of things from it. Chapter 45:15. Okay, the two answered and nodded. After tidying up, they followed him forward. 17 walked in front, using the sword in his hand to cut down the weeds that were half the height of a person to make a path. At the same time, he used the sword to slap the surrounding weeds to prevent poisonous snakes from escaping. They had lived in this area for 7 or 8 days and were quite familiar with the surroundings. They knew that if they wanted to leave this place, they had to leave this area that they were familiar with first before they could find a way out. After walking in the woods for a long time, it was almost noon. They were about to find a place to rest when they heard rustling sound around them. They looked around vigilantly and saw a few figures darting out from the trees and surrounding them. "Who is it?" 17 shouted. He held the sword in his hand and looked vigilantly at the people who suddenly appeared around them. However, when he saw the powerful aura emitted from those people and the strong smell of blood, his heart couldn't help but jump slightly. He was a little nervous and worried. The people surrounding them were all strong and had a fierce look on their faces. The murderous aura emitted from them was so intimidating. He, who had lived on the edge of the knife, was no stranger to that murderous aura. However, he was worried that if a fight broke out, even if young Master Hao was skilled, they would not be a match for these people. "Big brother, it's actually a few children and a guard who has just drawn chi into his body," a man with a scar on his face said in surprise as he stared at Hao and the others. A one-eyed man with a long sword hanging at his waist walked out. His sharp and vicious gaze swept past 17, directly ignoring her. Then it landed on Hao, Mu Chun, and Mu Yu, sizing them up. "Children." He narrowed his eyes and stared at them. "Where did you come from? Who did you come with?" Hao looked at the man and used his body to protect Mu Chun and Mu Yu behind him. His cold little face was indifferent and expressionless. He said, "We got separated from our family and lost our way here." "Oh, is that so?" The one-eyed man stared at him. Suddenly, his gaze swept towards 17, who was at the side. He released his pressure and enveloped 17. His voice was gloomy and filled with viciousness. "Tell me, where did you guys come from? Why would he appear here? Tell me the truth, or I'll kill you." Bang! Under the pressure of the other party, 17 knelt down without any resistance. His face turned pale in an instant. He only felt a powerful force pressing down on him, making it impossible for him to stand up straight. Even breathing was difficult for him. Fortunately, after that person's voice fell, the pressure on his body retracted a little, allowing him to catch his breath. 17, "You are," softly called, and somewhat worriedly looked at him. "How?" Protected Mu Chun and Mu Yu as he stared vigilantly at the people around them, in case they suddenly attacked. With his brother and sister skills, they could still deal with low-level ferocious beasts, but if they were to face these people, they would not even have a chance to fight back. "We've definitely been separated from our families, and I'm the only one left with the 3 young masters. Seniors, we've only come here because we've lost our way. Please be magnanimous." He clasped his fists and said, Chapter 45:16. Judging from your extraordinary bearing at such a young age, I'm sure you're not from an ordinary family. Since you've lost your way here, you'll have to follow us. Once we're out of here, we'll inform your families and let them bring you back. 17's heart sank when he heard this. With his experience, he naturally knew what these people meant. This was clearly an attempt to control them. Once they were out of the forest, their families would pay the ransom to ransom them. He couldn't help but look at Hao, wanting to know what he meant. If that's the case, then many thanks. Hao looked at the one-eyed man and said, "When we get home, we'll definitely let our parents thank all of you." He revealed a relieved smile, as if he was happy that they were willing to escort them out of the city. Yu blinked and asked innocently, "Big brother, does that mean we don't have to be afraid of those frightening beasts anymore? With Uncle and the rest protecting us, we won't be eaten by the beasts, right?" "Yes, they're very powerful. If we follow them, we won't be eaten by the beasts." Hao looked back at the 2 of them and said. 17 heard their words and understood Hao's meaning. He immediately cupped his hands and said to the man, "Thank you, senior. We'll have to trouble you all along the way." "No problem." The one-eyed man curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a fake smile. He glanced at the 3 children, then raised his hand and waved. The burly men surrounding them with swords put away their swords and surrounded them, preventing them from escaping. Hao brought Mu Chun and Mu Yu with him, while 17 walked behind them. Seeing that they didn't seem to want to rest, Hao said to 17, 17, you is very tired. Carry her on your back. Yes, 17 replied and squatted down. Miss Yu, I'll carry you. Seeing her big brother was looking at her, Yu obediently lied down on his back. Then hugging 17's neck, she comfortably lied down on his back to rest. Chin, are you tired? Hao looked at Mu Chun beside him and asked. Mu Chun shook his head and struggled to follow her with his short legs. I can walk by myself. Hearing this, Hao revealed a smile and said, if you can't walk anymore, just tell me and I'll carry you. The one-eyed man in front glanced back at them and continued to walk. After walking for a while, he suddenly raised his hand and stopped. Alert! As soon as his voice fell, the roar of a beast could be heard. Roar! Roar! They were two powerful, ferocious beasts. They bared their sharp fangs and lowered their bodies as they roared at them. The deafening roar carried the pressure of the ferocious beasts, causing the surrounding low-level ferocious beasts to flee in all directions. Hao was protecting Mu Chun and 17, who was carrying Mu Yu. His calm gaze swept across the two beasts before he looked at the one-eyed man. At the same time, he retreated until he was under a big tree and stopped to watch. These people seemed to be used to dealing with these vicious beasts. They didn't show any fear or panic. Instead, under the command of the one-eyed man, the group of more than a dozen people quickly surrounded the two vicious beasts and attacked them together. Chapter 45:17. While those people were fighting and not paying attention to them, 17 lowered her voice and asked, Young Master Hao, what should we do? Run now? We can't run now. Hao said in a low voice while paying attention to the people in front of them. He said, that one-eyed guy's been staring at us. We can't escape now. If we do, we'll offend them and they'll want to kill us. Let's wait for an opportunity. He paused and lowered his voice again. Before that, we have to lower their guard. When the time is right, it won't be too late to run. Okay. Mu Chun and Mu Yu responded in a low voice. Those people's fighting power was very strong, and they cooperated well with each other. It didn't take long for the two beasts to be killed. Hao and the others watched. They dug out the beast crystals and gave them to the one-eyed man. The others began to deal with the two beasts, cutting off the valuable parts and putting them in their cosmos bags. Hao had some thoughts in his mind, so he was also observing the fighting power of these people. Among these people, except for the one-eyed man who was in the golden core stage, the others were in the foundation establishment stage. He didn't know what kind of existence these people were in this place. He also didn't know how strong a golden core stage cultivator was in this place. One had to know that because they wanted to keep a low profile and try their best not to cause any trouble or danger, the three of them had concealed their strength just so that they could use this kind of low profile to save their lives when they encountered danger. Actually, in this situation, it wasn't that they had no way to escape from these people's control. After all, he still had a powerful silver wolf in the space. If he summoned it out, let alone these people, even if there were a few more batches, they wouldn't be a match for the silver wolf. However, unless it was really necessary, he couldn't let others know about the silver wolf's existence. Moreover, he wanted to use these people to lead the way so that they could leave this forest. If Xinyuan Mose and Feng Jiu were here and knew all this, they would be proud of Hao-Er's intelligence and calmness. Even if he was only about 10 years old, he could calmly analyze the pros and cons and make the most correct plan. Their teachings were not in vain. You guys, come over here. The one-eyed man called out, beckoning Hao-Er and the others over. Seeing this, Hao-Er and the others walked over and stood beside him. You used to go out with your elders to catch ferocious beasts? The one-eyed man's gaze fell on Hao-Er and then glanced at the two little ones. No. Hao-Er shook his head. No. He sneered, looked at the three of them, and said, You look young, but your mouths are full of lies. Moreover, you don't even blink when you lie. If it weren't for me, I would have thought that I was deceived by you. Hao-Er looked at him and didn't say anything, waiting for him to explain himself. Two high-level, ferocious beasts. Even if an adult saw them, they would turn pale and panic. But the few of you didn't even make a sound. You've been hiding under the trees and watching quietly since just now. I don't see any of you being frightened. Chapter 45:18. How? Pursed his lips when he heard that. So that was the case. 17 was also taken aback. They had been in the forest for the past 7 or 8 days. Other than the first time he cried out in fright, he rarely saw young Master Hao, young Master Chun, and Miss Yu scream in fright. Most of the time, young Master Hao was expressionless, while the two little ones looked even more excited. He was already used to their reactions. Now that he heard the one-eyed man's words, he was shocked to realize that their reactions were indeed a little abnormal in the eyes of these people. This 17's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly opened her mouth with some embarrassment and said with an embarrassed smile, "It's like this. Our young master, Hao, has never had any expression on his face since he was young. Even if he was afraid, he wouldn't show it. Little young master and little miss are only 4 years old. Moreover, weren't the various seniors present? It's only because the seniors are here that we can be at ease." This explanation was reasonable. When the one-eyed man heard this, he glanced at the guard called 17 and then looked at the two little ones. He saw the little boy's face was tense, and his little lips were pursed as he stared at him fearlessly. His appearance was just like a little tiger. The little girl on 17's back was also blinking her clear eyes and looking at him blankly. Perhaps it was because lying on 17's back was very relaxing and comfortable. The little girl yawned and rubbed her eyes. Her little face looked a little sleepy. Could it be that he was really paranoid? The one-eyed man looked at the expressionless little boy again. Seeing that little face, it seemed that it was really as 17 said. He had facial paralysis. That better be the case. If I find out what tricks you are up to, I will not let you off easily, the one-eyed man warned in a gloomy voice. Then he looked at his subordinates and ordered, "Move quickly." The group set off again and quickly left this place that was stained with the smell of blood. As they walked in the forest, suddenly they heard voices and footsteps ahead. How? And the rest looked ahead and saw a group of mercenaries of about 30 people. They stopped when they saw the one-eyed man and the others. The leader went forward to greet them. "Ha ha, it's Brother Darkwood. I didn't expect to meet you here." That mercenary leader seemed to know him. He went up and greeted him with a smile. At the same time, he used his hand to pat his shoulder. His gaze swept over, and when he saw Hao and the others following behind, he was slightly surprised. "Brother Darkwood, why are there such young children in your team?" We met them on the way here. When we get out of here, their families will come and take them back," the one-eyed man said as he glanced back at Hao and the others. "These children are quite good-looking, and their temperament is not bad either. They should be the children of some big family. Congratulations, Brother Heimu. This time, you've earned a lot of money again." Ha 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 ha. That person clasped his hands together and laughed. Chapter 45:19. The two men thought that Hao and the rest didn't hear what they were talking about, or that they weren't afraid of being heard. After all, in their eyes, they didn't pose a threat at all. After the two of them chatted for a while, the man cupped his fists and took his leave. He led his team in another direction. On this side, the one-eyed man in front led them forward again. It was not until evening that they found a place to rest in the forest. As night fell, the air became colder. These people didn't light a fire. Instead, they all jumped on trees not far away to rest. Hao and the rest were also carried up the tree. A man stared at them and said, "Don't move. If you fall from here, you'll break your limbs even if you don't die." Hao and 17 stayed by Mu Chun and Mu Yu's side to prevent them from falling or being bitten by insects. "We still have some roasted meat left from yesterday. Although it's a little hard, we can still make do with it." 17 took out some jerky from her Cosmos bag and gave it to them. The three of them took it and sat on the tree to eat while looking at the people in the surrounding trees. Those people looked like they were casually finding a place to rest, but they were guarding this place tightly. Having lived here for 7 to 8 days, they naturally knew that at night, the trees were safer than below. However, it didn't mean that there was no danger in the trees. After all, There were occasionally poisonous snakes coiled around the branches, ready to take their lives at any time. Sitting high up, they could faintly see a flickering fire in the distance. Obviously, there were people resting in the distance. As the night deepened, two men used the excuse of relieving themselves to quietly head over there to see who was there. However, not long after they left, the one-eyed man and his subordinates on the tree heard the clanging of swords and sabers as well as a blood-curdling screech. Almost instinctively, the one-eyed man, who was only a few meters away from Hao and the rest, quickly jumped up. With a gloomy gaze, he rushed up and shouted sternly, "Follow me to take a look." Yes, those people responded and quickly followed. After a while, only Hao and 17 were left. "The two people from before should have been killed," 17 said. As 17 spoke, she stood on the tree and looked at the flames in the distance. The originally tranquil forest became chaotic as the sounds of battle spread. "Big brother, should we go and take a look?" You were asked softly. She also looked into the distance like 17. However, she was small and couldn't see anything. She only heard the clanging of swords and screams in the forest. "Let's go later to avoid being accidentally injured by the sword," Aura said, and asked them to wait while carefully listening to the movement in front of them. The sounds of battle continued for quite a while, accompanied by screams from time to time. They couldn't see it from where they were, but when they heard the screams, they tensed up and zessed. Chapter 45:20. Blood seeped out of the one-eyed man's body and dripped down. As he approached, the smell of blood in the air became heavier. Seeing the murderous aura on his body, shielded Mu Chun and Mu Yu behind him. 18 brothers, all dead. Little brat, you can go to hell too. The one-eyed man's gloomy voice sounded. The next moment, his body flew down from above like a bat. He reached out to strangle Hao-er's neck, ready to strangle them all here. His men were killed by those mercenaries, and it would be troublesome to bring these brats out. It was better to strangle them here and let him vent his anger. Seeing the rising murderous aura on his body, Hao-er's eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Back off!" As soon as his voice fell, his hand moved and a long sword appeared in his hand. With a surge of thought, his hidden strength burst out in an instant. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the moment when his strength burst forth, the sharp sword in his hand pierced towards the chest of the attacking figure with a speed that was too fast for one to cover one's ears. The speed of his sword was so fast and fierce that even the one-eyed man who had experienced hundreds of battles couldn't react in time. Hiss! Because of that moment of distraction, he missed the opportunity to avoid the sword and only saw the long sword pierce his chest with a whoosh. This is impossible. His eyes widened in shock, and he looked in disbelief at the little boy in front of him who was only about 10 years old, but had the strength of a golden core cultivator. He couldn't believe that he could have such fast reaction speed and instantly stab his fatal spot with a sword. The moment Hao shouted, 17 quickly retreated with Mu Chun and Mu Yu. At the same time, she protected them behind her, just in case. After Hao-er's sword stabbed down, he condensed spiritual power in his palm and fiercely attacked. When it hit the one-eyed man's body with a heavy bang, the sword in his chest was pulled back, and at the same time, a column of blood flowed out. The one-eyed man, who was originally injured from the encirclement, originally wanted to kill these few brats to vent his anger while escaping, but unexpectedly, he fell into the hands of these brats that he didn't even care about at all. Hao-er's face was cold as he watched the one-eyed man stumble backward with blood flowing from his mouth. He was about to die. He held the sword in his hand and gathered his spiritual energy. He raised it again, and the sword flashed. A cold light slashed across the one-eyed man's neck. Swish! The faint sound of sword chi dissipated in the air, and the figure who was leaning against the tree was frozen in place. His eyes were wide open and filled with shock. A trace of blood seeped out from his throat and slid down bit by bit until the last trace of life in his body disappeared. He stood there stiffly, staring straight ahead. "Young Master Hao, there are people coming from over there," 17 shouted in a low voice. She was a little worried as she looked at the numerous figures rushing in their direction. How? Glanced in that direction and retreated sideways. He came in front of Mu Chun and Mu Yu, holding the long sword in his hand to protect them. He made a vigilant posture and suppressed his strength at the same time. A few figures shuttled through the forest. When they passed by, the leaves rustled. One of them could faintly hear someone shouting, "Hurry up! He's right in front. Don't let him escape." Chapter 45:21. You killed him. One of the men, who was in his 20s, looked at the little boy who had a cold expression on his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This kid looked no more than 10 years old, right? He actually killed the one-eyed man. Hauer stared at the three people in front of him, and a dark light flashed across his eyes. Two of them were mid-foundation establishment cultivators, and the middle-aged man was a golden core cultivator. He thought for a while, and under the questioning and astonished gazes of the three people, he glanced at the badges on their mercenary uniforms and said, "You are mercenaries?" The middle-aged man put away his astonishment and looked at these people. His gaze swept past 17, who was wearing a guard's uniform, and then looked at the two small figures behind her. He frowned, and finally his gaze landed on the little boy, who was about 10 years old, and said, "As you can see, we are indeed mercenaries." Hearing this, Hauer pointed his sword at the dead one-eyed man and said coldly, "I killed this man. I'll give you all his valuables as a reward for hiring you to escort us out of the forest." Hearing this, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and stared at the little boy. He was very curious. What kind of family raised this child? At such a young age, he had the courage to not panic in the face of danger, and he could even handle things so calmly. "You're so shameless, kid. This person was clearly heavily injured by us. Otherwise, how could you have killed him with your strength?" The man beside him snorted coldly. He felt that this person's valuables should belong to their mercenary team. Hauer's gaze landed on that person, and he said, "He died under my sword." When a young man heard this, he couldn't help but be annoyed. Just as he was about to speak, the middle-aged man raised his hand to signal for him to stop. "Even if what you said is the truth, that you killed this person and the property belongs to you, we can still kill you and the property will naturally belong to us. There's no need for us to escort you out of the forest, right?" The middle-aged man smirked as he stared at Hauer. Hauer looked at the middle-aged man and said unhurriedly, "A mercenary team that has been certified by the Mercenary Guild wouldn't choose to kill and rob under normal circumstances. Moreover, you could get a large sum of money from this person by protecting our children. You won't lose out." Hearing that, the middle-aged man smiled. "I can see that you're not from an ordinary family. All right, I'll make the decision and accept your mission." "Vice Commander," a young man next to him shouted in disapproval. "It doesn't matter. We're going back anyway. Besides, they're just a few kids. Let's just take them along." As the middle-aged man spoke, he gestured, "Go, take everything from the one-eyed man." "Yes." The two men responded and stepped forward. After taking all the items from the man's body, they stood beside him. "Where are you going?" the middle-aged man said and turned to walk back. Hauer and the rest followed from a distance behind. Muchen lowered his voice and asked, "Big brother, can these people be trusted?" Chapter 45:22. Hearing this, they nodded and made a mental note. They walked forward, and after a while, they came to the place where the bonfire was lit. There was still the smell of blood around. The corpses on the ground had obviously been disposed of. There were no corpses around, only some bloodstains. More than 30 mercenaries were either standing or sitting around talking. Among the mercenaries, there were a few young men and women. "Old Zheng, how was it? Did you catch the person?" Another middle-aged man saw them come back and asked. His gaze turned and landed on 17 and the few children behind them with some surprise. "Where did this child come from? And he's so young?" The middle-aged man frowned and stared at Mu Chun and Mu Yu, then at Hauer, and finally at 17. He saw that this man who looked like a guard was actually a young cultivator who had just drawn chi into his body not long ago. "Haha, leader, it's like this." The middle-aged man who brought Hauer and the rest oversmiled and glanced back at Hauer and the rest. He then walked to the middle-aged man's side and briefly explained the matter to him. What? You're saying that after the one-eyed man escaped, he was killed by this kid? The leader pointed at Hao with some astonishment. Hao frowned and was a little unhappy that someone was pointing at him like this. However, he did not say anything and took the opportunity to roughly size up the mercenaries. Finally, he glanced at the two men and two women who were sitting by the bonfire and staring at them. Not only was the leader stunned, but the surrounding mercenaries also looked as if they had seen a ghost after hearing their vice leader's words. Yes, it's like this. When we arrived, the one-eyed man was already dead. He was killed by this kid. Vice leader Zheng smiled and looked at the cold-faced young man. So when he asked us to escort them out of the forest, I thought that we were about to go back, so I made the decision to agree. TSK, this kid got lucky. If we hadn't set up so many traps around here, that one-eyed dragon's group wouldn't have been so easily annihilated by us. He, on the other hand, got lucky without doing anything. A mercenary snorted coldly as he glanced at Hao with some displeasure and contempt on his face. In their eyes, wasn't this child taking advantage of them? The person that they had besieged to kill had been injured by the combined efforts of the two captains and escaped. Just like a cooked duck, it had flown away just like that. But fortunately, the things on the one-eyed man's body still fell into the hands of their mercenary group. If this brat dared to take them, they would definitely kill him. All right, since that's the case, let's do as old Zheng says. In any case, our mission here has already been completed, and we are preparing to leave the forest. There's no harm in bringing them along. The leader said as he waved his hand, gesturing for them to stop talking. The few of you, come over here and rest for a while. Vice leader Zheng smiled and waved his hand, gesturing for the few children standing at the side to sit by the bonfire. Hao paused for a moment, then led Mu Chun and Mu Yu over there. However, just as they were about to sit by the bonfire, a young woman beside them frowned unhappily and said, Sit over there, don't dirty me. Chapter 45:23. The children had lived in the forest for so many days, so it was naturally impossible for them to keep their clothes clean. Moreover, they were small in stature. Their boots stepped in the mud, and their clothes were scratched by leaves and weeds. They were more or less stained with mud and grass juices and the like. In addition, they had followed the one-eyed man's group for a whole day without stopping to rest, so there were some traces of dust on their little faces. However, they were not dirty and smelly. After all, before this, they would still find a water source to clean themselves. At this time, Hao and Mu Chin's eyes turned cold, and Yu blinked at the woman as if she did not understand what she was saying. 17 glared at the woman with some anger, and her hands secretly clenched into fists. Seeing this, Deputy Zheng was stunned for a moment, but he smiled. Come over here and sit with me. Then he said to the young men and women, Going out naturally can't be compared to staying at home. Moreover, they're only children. Oomph. The woman snorted and looked at the group. I didn't know that you could take on other people's missions while taking on our mission. Haha, these two things have no conflict. Moreover, we have completed half of your mission. As long as we escort you out of this forest, it will be considered complete. The regiment commander smiled and looked at the young men and women, saying, Moreover, as you can see, they are indeed just a few children. Which family doesn't have a few children? If their own children were to go to such a dangerous place, they would also be worried. Taking them out in passing is not a big deal. Hearing the leader's words and seeing that the surrounding mercenaries were looking at her with some displeasure, the woman bit her lip and said no more with a cold face. Seeing this, the young man at the side tried to smooth things over. He smiled and said, At that time, we found your Iron Tiger mercenary group because we knew that you were famous for being righteous in the mercenary association. This trip also confirmed the rumors outside. If it were not for you risking your life several times to protect us, I reckon that we would not have completed the mission so quickly this time. He paused and smiled. He looked at Hao and the others and said, It's these children's fortune to have met you. Haha, young Master Liang's words are too serious. The commander smiled and said politely, This night, Hao and others followed the mercenaries to rest. Until the next morning, when everyone woke up and prepared to set out, Yu also woke up. Rubbing her belly, she said, "Big brother, I want to relieve myself. I'll go with you." Hao stood up, took her hand, and was about to leave when a woman's voice sounded. "I'm also going to relieve myself. Why don't you let me bring her along? After all, she's a little girl. Even if you're her brother, it's not convenient for you to follow her." The woman from last night stood up and fixed her hair as she looked at Hao and Muyu. "No need," Hao said coldly. You little boy, are you still angry about what happened last night?" The woman chuckled as she looked at him and said, "Although what I did last night wasn't right, it's already been a night. Why are you still holding on to it?" Chapter 45:24. That woman bent her waist and asked while looking at Muyu with a sweet smile. Muyu blinked her pure and innocent big eyes, and after looking at that woman, she sweetly said to Hao, "Big brother, you will go with this big sister. We will come back in a moment." Hearing this, Hao pursed his lips, paused for a moment, then said, "In go. Don't go too far." And Yu nodded her head with a smile. Then looking at that woman, she revealed a pure and harmless smile. "Big sister, let's go." "Okay." After saying few words to several people beside her, that woman led Yu to the underbrush. Others were preparing to set out after organizing the troops. Not long after, one big and one small figure came back, making the commander, Vice Commander Zheng, and others somewhat surprised. That young woman had a face full of disgust for that little girl last night, but today she took that little girl to relieve herself. And when she came back, she had a face full of smiles. Could it be that women were really so fickle? Seeing them return to the troops, the commander instructed, "Okay, let's go. From here to the outside of the forest, if there are no other accidents, it will take at least 3 days, so let's hurry up." A group of people set out again. Those few young men and women were protected in the middle of the troops. And originally, Hao and others were also called to the middle by Vice Commander Zheng. But Hao tactfully refused with the reason that his sister-in-law was still young and their speed was not fast. So they gradually fell behind and followed behind the troops. Looking at those few children who fell behind, a touch of coldness flashed through the eyes of that woman in front, and her lips revealed a malicious smile. But that smile disappeared in a flash, so fast that people were unable to perceive it. You went with that woman over there. She didn't do anything, right?" Hao lowered his voice and asked. Yu looked ahead with a smile, as if she had found something fun, then said in a low voice, "Big brother, that big sister is a bad person. She quietly sprinkled medicinal powder on you, thinking that you wouldn't discover it. But you discovered it. Isn't you very smart?" Her little face was full of smiles, raising a proud smile. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescents because of her smile, looking very cute and likable. However, when Hao, Mu Chun, and 17 heard her words, the three people's faces changed. Just as they were about to ask, they saw her use a finger to her pink little mouth. Making a shushing gesture, her beautiful eyes flashed cunningly, like a naughty little fox. She whispered to them. "You took advantage of her peeing. When she was relieving herself, I stole her medicine and sprinkled it on her body when she wasn't paying attention." Hearing this, the three of them were stunned for a moment as if they didn't believe it. However, in a moment of urgency, Hao quickly took a step back and sized her up. Taking advantage of the fact that the people in front of them weren't paying attention to them, he leaned forward and sniffed her body. Use brother. What use will it be?" Chapter 45:25. How? Help me, you take off her clothes and put on a new one. Luckily, that woman had only sprinkled the medicine on her outer clothes. After changing her outer clothes, the smell on her body disappeared. It was still the same pink dress, but the one she changed out of wasn't washed, so it was a little dirty. However, it looked about the same as before. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't notice that it was a new one. Howard held her hand and said in a low voice, "That's beast powder. The smell isn't obvious, but if beasts smell it, they will go crazy." He had seen this kind of thing once before. It was a very low-grade medicinal powder. Only people with impure thoughts would prepare such things to harm others. That woman was indeed not a good person. Thinking about how Yu had sprinkled medicine on that woman, he pursed his lips. At that time, he would see how she would reap the consequences of her own actions. When it was close to noon, the leader in front waved his hand and turned back. Everyone, take a rest here first. However, just as he finished speaking, he heard the roar of beasts accompanied by the sound of running from not far away. Instantly, he quickly shouted, "Alert!" How and 17 protected the two younger ones as they followed the mercenaries. They only felt the ground trembling slightly because of the running beasts. They looked around and saw 7 to 8 huge, ferocious beasts roaring and charging towards them. On the other side, there were more than 10 black dog beasts that were about half the height of a person howling and running towards them. It was as if they were stimulated by the smell in the air. They actually didn't fear the other ferocious beasts in the surroundings. Instead, they pounced forward and scuttled into the mercenaries. Be careful. Damn it. Why are there so many ferocious beasts? The mercenaries were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the ferocious beasts, especially since these ferocious beasts were not weak, and there were quite a number of them. Other than the 7 to 8 huge, ferocious beasts, the 10 or so fast, ferocious dog beasts were also very troublesome. After all, they were a mercenary group that had experienced hundreds of battles. After being stunned, they quickly reacted and attacked. On one hand, they protected the few young men and women as they retreated. At the same time, they also protected Hao and the rest as they retreated. However, Hao protected his sister-in-law and tried his best to keep a distance from those young men and women. As they retreated to the side. At this moment, the mercenaries gradually realized that something wasn't right because the ferocious beasts and hounds were roaring and pouncing towards the young men and women. It was as if they had locked onto them and would only attack them. Unfortunately, they were protected by the mercenaries in the middle, and the ferocious beasts and hounds were unable to break through the mercenaries' defensive circle for a while. Of course, there were always accidents. As the chaotic battle escalated, the smell of the ferocious beasts' blood stimulated the beasts, causing them to become more and more frenzied. Suddenly, a black dog rushed forward, opened its mouth and bit the young woman's calf, then pulled her back. "Ah, no! Save her! Save her!" For a moment, seeing the woman being dragged out, the young men and women all cried out in alarm. They wanted to rush forward to save her, but they were scared off by the fierce beasts that pounced on them. Chapter 45:26. But in the next moment, when they saw the canine beast pouncing on the woman with its front paws, while its lower body made a harmonious movement, they were all stunned. What was going on? "Ah, help! Help me!" The woman's shrill scream pulled them back from their shock. They saw the canine beast's sharp claws deeply piercing the woman's shoulder and pinning her to the ground with a crazed look as if it had eaten ecstasy. But in the blink of an eye, the canine beast was knocked away by a giant, ferocious beast. That giant, ferocious beast pressed forward and tore the woman's outer clothes to pieces with its claws, leaving only her blood-stained inner clothes. But because her outer clothes were torn apart and flying to the side, the beasts quickly pounced on it and tore it open, giving the mercenaries a chance to save her. Hao Mu-chun, 17, and Yu looked at this scene with some astonishment. But compared to the astonishment of the three, Yu was more curious and innocent. Hao retracted his gaze and looked at Yu, asking, "Yu, did you really only sprinkle her medicine?" Yu lowered her head, and her left and right index fingers lightly poked each other. Finally, she raised her head, and blinking her pair of innocent and pure big eyes, she said in a low voice, Actually, I also sprinkled some other things on her." "How?" Er's mouth twitched when he heard this. Then he knew what she had sprinkled on the woman. One must know that in their space, there were not only elixirs and medicines given by Mother, but also some self-defense medicine. But there were a few that he had instructed not to use carelessly. He did not expect you to use them on that woman. Could it be that those beasts had gone crazy? "Brother, did I do something wrong?" Yu bit her lip and asked softly. Hao patted her head and said, It is impolite not to reciprocate. You did very well. Yu's eyes lit up when she heard this, and her small face lit up with a happy smile. Muchin heard this and very much agreed with it. It was impolite not to reciprocate. That woman dared to plot against his sister. How could he not let her down if he did not teach her a lesson? On the other hand, the corners of 17's mouth twitched as she revealed an as expected expression. He knew that young Master Hao would definitely say something. Although that woman was a little pitiful, who asked her to scheme against Miss Yu. After all, Miss Yu had 2 older brothers. Although these 2 brothers were a little young, one was more powerful than the other. Neither of them was easy to deal with. Quick, retreat! The leader of the mercenary group shouted. After saving the people, he quickly retreated with his men. Hearing their voices, Hao, and the others looked at each other and quickly followed them out of the area. The group of people hurriedly retreated until they reached a safe place. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the woman who had been rescued was pale, and the wounds on her body were shocking. Blood was still seeping out from those wounds, and her white inner clothes had long been dyed red. Her lips were trembling slightly, as if she was afraid, and also as if she was shocked. It was as if she had not recovered from her shock, and one of her hands was still clutching her clothes tightly. Chapter 45:27. Those ferocious beasts specifically pounced on her. Where her clothes were torn off, those ferocious beasts pounced on her clothes. Seeing that scene, if she didn't react, then she would really be a fool. But just a 4-year-old child, could it be that she really dared to have such thoughts? Why are you scolding my sister? Hao coldly shouted back, his cold little face sunk. The 3 young men and women who were helping her apply medicine and put on her clothes were slightly startled when they saw this. They looked at the children and were about to speak when they heard her murderous voice. Cousin, kill that little girl for me. Kill her. The woman hatefully said, her gaze fixed on the innocent face of Yu. Yu blinked her eyes innocently and looked at the woman with a bit of grievance in her soft voice. Big sister, why are you scolding me? Why? I'm like this. Isn't it because of you? The woman gasped for breath. In her agitation, the wounds on her body seeped out again. Those mercenaries looked at them and couldn't help but frown. The mercenary leader looked at both sides and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Then, his gaze fell on Yu. "Little girl, you tell us." Hao and Muchin listened, but didn't have the intention to stop Yu from speaking. They just quietly stood by her side. Yu played with her fingers, and with her pair of beautiful big eyes, she glanced at that woman whose body was full of injuries, and her soft voice carried a bit of innocence and naivety. That big sister took me to relieve myself, then sprinkled something on my body, so I learned from her and also sprinkled something on her body. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be startled. They looked at her with a complicated gaze and frowned again. Looking at the injured woman, they asked, "Is what she said true? What kind of powder did you sprinkle on this little girl?" "She's talking nonsense." There was a moment of panic in the woman's eyes, followed by anger. If I really sprinkled something on her, would she be standing there well? The one being attacked by the ferocious beast now is me, not her. That's because I noticed the smell of beast powder on my sister's body, so I asked her to change her clothes. Hao said coldly. He stared at the woman and said, "There's a saying that goes, if you hurt someone, you hurt yourself. Who do you want to blame?" What a vicious child. The young man who hadn't spoken until now shouted coldly, and his gaze carried a wisp of killing intent as he stared at Hao and the others. "We didn't make a fuss about the mercenaries bringing all of you along, but all of you intended to kill my cousin. Vicious children like you will only be a scourge if you live." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed forward, and a cold light flashed past. Piercingly cold sword Qi carried a murderous aura as it suddenly attacked towards Hao and the others. "Be careful," Deputy Commander Zheng shouted in a low voice. He shot forward like an arrow and arrived in front of Hao and the others, blocking the attack for them. Bang! That sword Qi landed on Deputy Commander Zheng's sword, and the air current and the blade collided, making a muffled sound. No one saw that Howard, who was standing in front of Mu Chun and Mu Yu, move his hand slightly at that moment. If it wasn't for Deputy Commander Zheng standing in front of them, he would have taken action himself. Chapter 45:28. If Miss Lin didn't have bad intentions towards that little girl first, how could she have ended up in this state? Deputy Commander Zheng calmly glanced at the pale-faced girl and said, "Miss Lin, that little girl is only 3 or 4 years old. How could she know about drugging? If you didn't drug her first, she wouldn't have learned from you. Speaking of which, the root of the problem is still you." Finished speaking, he turned around and looked towards Ewer, who had an innocent face. With a stern face, he somewhat helplessly said, "Little girl, you are still young. You should learn some good things and not learn bad things. Just like today's matter, you also did wrong. If you knew that she had drugged you, you should have come and told me." "Oh, Ewer knows." She nodded with an innocent and harmless appearance. At this time, the commander looked at both sides and said in a deep voice, "We are still in the forest. I hope that this kind of thing won't happen again in the next few days." After saying this, he said to the man surnamed Liang, "Young Master Liang, help Miss Lin treat and bandage her wounds first." He then asked a few mercenaries to take out a stretcher. After they bandaged the wounds, he asked them to carry the girl away. The group in front walked quickly. At the back, Deputy Commander Zheng slowed down and walked beside Howard and the others. He said, "What you did was really unwise. They're the children of aristocratic families and have a big family behind them. If you become enemies with them here, it's hard to guarantee that they won't make things difficult for you outside." Howard didn't reply. Instead, his eyes flashed and he asked, "Deputy Commander Zheng, why are most of the mercenaries in the Foundation establishment realm?" Deputy Commander Zheng didn't expect him to ask this question. After being startled for a moment, he smiled and said, "Otherwise, do you think that everyone can be like me and the commander with a golden core realm cultivation?" As he spoke, he let out a low chuckle. His voice carried a hint of carefreeness as he said, "Do you know why our mercenary group is one of the best in the Mercenary Association, even though we don't have the most members?" "How?" shook his head and didn't say anything. "That's because the commander and I are both golden core realm cultivators. For other mercenary groups, having one golden core realm cultivator is already very strong." He laughed out loud, and his tone was filled with pride. "It's precisely because we have 2 golden core cultivators in our mercenary team that no one dares to provoke us. The completion rate of our missions is also extremely high." Howard's heart slightly moved. He asked, "Golden core realm cultivators are very strong? Isn't there someone stronger?" "Haha, you're still young. You don't know how many years it takes to cultivate to the golden core stage. Even the leader and I cultivated for nearly 100 years before we reached the golden core stage. As for those above the golden core stage, there are naturally those, but only the ancestors of some big aristocratic families or sects will appear. Ordinary people will at most reach the golden core stage in their lifetime. It is very difficult for them to break through." He sighed softly. As he walked, he looked at the sky and said, "I once heard that in the other heaven realms, there are many experts above the gold core realm. Some of them are even existences that we don't even dare to think about." Chapter 45:29. Thinking of his own strength and the snow wolf by his side, his heart calmed down a little. At least, even if they really encountered danger, he would be able to protect his younger siblings. "Then can't we go to the other regions of the heaven realm?" he asked again. "How can it be so easy? However, I heard that there will be people from the upper realm coming down to the floating margin sect every 3 years to select good seedlings and bring them to the sect. However, there are very few who can be selected." Hearing this, Howard's eyes lit up and he glanced at his younger siblings. If that was the case, then the people in the floating margin sect must know how to go to the upper realm or contact people from the upper realm. Along the way, they chatted as they walked, and Howard intentionally or unintentionally inquired about information. When Deputy Commander Zheng heard his question, he felt a little strange in his heart, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, this was information that could be casually obtained outside and wasn't considered a secret. However, he was a little curious. Why was this child so interested in these things? When night fell, the group stopped to rest. Those few young men and women stared at how and the others from time to time, but they didn't play any tricks. Instead, some mercenaries surrounded you, and Yu, and played with them. Hey, little girl, you're called you A mercenary grinned and looked at you who was holding a piece of meat in her hand and biting it. You glanced at him and nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm called you Uncle can also call me you why are you here? Where's your home? Do you know what your father's name is? Another mercenary asked. You bit the meat, and as if a small squirrel chewing, her pair of beautiful eyes blinked while looking at them. After she swallowed the meat in her mouth, she softly said, Big Brother said, when eating, don't talk to other people. After speaking, she continued to hold the meat wrapped in leaves and continued to chew. When the surrounding mercenaries heard this, they were stunned for a moment. Then, they laughed and didn't ask any more questions. However, pairs of eyes were still looking at the three children. She didn't know when she hadn't interacted with them before, but after interacting with them for a day, she realized that these three children seemed to have become spirits. Even if she wanted to get anything out of them, it seemed that she couldn't get anything out of them. The next few days were peaceful until one day, under the guidance of the mercenaries, the group finally left the forest and saw the flat road outside. He's out. Deputy Commander Zheng smiled and looked at Hao and the others, asking, What do you plan to do next? Are you coming with us to the city or going home? Hao thought about it and said, We'll follow you all into the city. All right, we'll take you with us on our swords. We'll arrive around noon. Vice Regiment Commander Zheng said with a smile. After exchanging a few words with the regiment commander, the entire group flew on their swords and headed towards the city. Around noon, they arrived at the city gate. They put away their flying swords and landed on the ground. The young men and women said their goodbyes and left quickly after taking a deep look at the children. Chapter 45:30. Howard nodded. I know. Then I'll leave first. He glanced at the children and told them to be careful. Then he sighed and left. Young Master Hao, are we going into the city? Or should we find another place to stay? 17 asked. Howard looked at the city gate in front of them and said, I've seen it all along the way. Other than this town, there are no other towns. There are only 1 or 2 small villages. Even if we want to leave for another town, we have to pass through here. He paused and thought for a moment before saying, 17, find a quiet courtyard after we enter the city. We won't stay in an inn. We'll rent a courtyard. Yes. 17 responded and followed the 3 of them into the city. After sending them to a restaurant to eat, she quickly went to make arrangements. On the other side, in a Lin family's hall in the city, the girl surnamed Lin threw herself into her mother's arms and cried. She roughly told her parents what had happened. Your injuries were actually caused by a child? Patriarch Lin frowned with a gloomy face. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? A 4-year-old child plotted against you? The girl sobbed softly and said, I didn't expect that little girl to be so vicious. She actually poured medicine on me. If those mercenaries hadn't saved me in time, I'm afraid I would have died under the claws of those ferocious beasts. Damn it! Patriarch Lin shouted angrily and slammed his hand on the table. Where did these wild children come from? How dare they bully our Lin family? He scolded angrily and asked in a deep voice with a frown, Where are they now? Are they also in the city? They followed us back. They should have also entered the city. The girl sobbed softly and said, Father, you must capture those children. I want to teach them a lesson and vent my anger. After hearing his daughter's words, Master Lin asked the other 3 people who were with her. Although there were some discrepancies between what his daughter had said and what she had said, it was a fact that his daughter had suffered a loss at the hands of those children. Thus, he immediately sent people to the city to look for those children. If they saw those children, they were to capture them and bring them back. On the other side, Hao and the others were eating in a restaurant. They bought some pastries and stored them in the space to bring them back. They borrowed the restaurant owner's backyard and took a hot bath. After changing their clothes, they sat in the front and waited for 17 to come back. Even in a restaurant, the 3 of them were exceptionally eye-catching. However, Many people saw that the three children had extraordinary temperaments and thought that they should be the children of aristocratic families. They only looked at them for a while before withdrawing their gazes. Big brother, 17, has returned. Seeing 17 walking towards him on the street, Yu happily smiled. Hao and Mu Chun looked down and knew that he had found the courtyard. Not long after, 17 came up, bowed to them, and said, "Young Master Hao, the arrangements have been made." Hao nodded. After paying the bill, he left with his sister-in-law and followed 17. Those children are really outstanding. One look, and you can tell that they must be the children of aristocratic families. But the strength of that guard doesn't seem to be much. He doesn't look like a guard of an aristocratic family. Chapter 45:31. The sounds of discussion in the restaurant came to a halt as everyone sized up the two men, but no one spoke. Seeing this, the two guards took out a piece of silver and threw it to the waiter, asking, "What do the children look like? Where did they go?" The waiter took the silver and grinned, saying, "It's a pair of identical twins, about 3 or 4 years old. They also have an older brother, about 10 years old. There's also a guard in black, but he has already left, heading in that direction. As for where exactly he went, this little one doesn't know." Seeing this, the two guards looked at each other and turned to look in the direction the waiter pointed. Seeing that they had left, the guests in the restaurant glanced at the waiter and said, "We don't know who they are," but they casually revealed the whereabouts of the children. If those two guards want to find trouble with the children, you have sinned. What can happen? Those children don't look like ordinary people. Besides, those two guards just now had the Lin family's waist tag on their waists. One look, and you can tell that they're the Lin family's guards. What can they do to the children? The waiter said disapprovingly. Seeing this, the people in the restaurant did not say anything more. The Lin family was a big family in this city. They should not find trouble with the children. On the other side, 17 led Hao and the others to the courtyard they had just rented. Once inside, 17 said to them, "I found someone to ask about renting a house. The landlord recommended a few courtyards. I want to take a look and finally chose this one." 17 looked at the courtyard and said, "The city lord's mansion is just one street to the east of this courtyard, so no one dares to cause trouble in this area. The environment is also relatively good. Although the courtyard is not big and the rent is more expensive than the others, in the end, I feel that this courtyard is more suitable for us." "Yes, it's very good here." Howard nodded and looked at Mu Chun and Mu Yu, saying, "We will settle down here first and find out some information about this area. After we are familiar with it, we will make plans. During this time, the two of you should not run out, in case you meet with danger, understand?" "Yes, big brother, don't worry, we know." The two little guys said obediently. "Let's rest for today. From tomorrow onwards, 17, you go out and gather information. Also," Howard's voice paused. He glanced at the courtyard and said, "Set up a formation later. The three of you should familiarize yourselves with it, so that you don't get lost in the formation." "Okay." The three of them answered and walked inside to familiarize themselves with the structure of the courtyard. The guards of the Lin family split up to find out. It was not until night fell that they found out that the children had rented a courtyard and had already moved in. Thus, they returned to the mansion to report. In the Lin family patriarch's face darkened when he heard the guard's report. He looked at the guard below unhappily and said, "Didn't I tell you to capture him directly? Don't tell me you can't go in after renting the courtyard." Hearing this, the guard hurriedly replied, "Yes, your subordinate will go and capture him now." After saying that, he quickly retreated. Chapter 45:32. 17, go and rest. Howard stood in the yard and said to 17, who was standing guard, "Young Master Hao, I'll keep watch. You go and sleep first." 17 said, but did not leave. Howard shook his head and said, "It's useless for you to keep watch here. You're too weak. Even if someone comes, you won't be able to defeat them. Why don't you go and rest first and recover your energy to do other things?" Hearing this, 17 pursed her lips and finally replied, "Yes." She took 2 steps and stopped to ask, "Young Master Hao, will someone really sneak in tonight?" Would those youngsters really not let go of this matter? It doesn't matter if there is or not. Howard said go. You don't have to worry here. Seeing this, 17 walked towards his room. There were only 2 courtyards in the front yard and the backyard. The front yard was the living room, and there were 3 rooms in the backyard. Mu Chun and Mu Yu were still young and were used to sleeping in one room. Hao had one room for himself, and the other room was given to 17. Hao sat cross-legged in front of Mu Chun and Mu Yu's room and closed his eyes to cultivate. At the same time, he released his divine sense to cover the whole yard as the night deepened. The 4 guards quietly came to the door of the small yard. Looking at the tightly shut door, they looked at each other and jumped up to go into the yard. The yard was quiet, and there was no sound at all. It was pitch black all around. They walked along the path of the front yard and prepared to go to the backyard. Unexpectedly, they circled around the front yard for a long time and still could not get out of the front yard. What's going on? Why do we keep circling around here? One of the guards was a little frightened and asked in a low voice. Oh no, I'm afraid there's a formation here. Another guard said, didn't they say there were only 3 children and a guard who had just drawn chi into his body not long ago? How did they know how to set up a formation? Another person asked in astonishment, we can't get out of this formation. Let's retreat first and go back to report to the master. Thus, they circled around a few times before retreating back to the Lin family to report. What? There's a formation in that yard? Are you sure? When Patriarch Lin heard their report, his brows immediately furrowed. He walked in the hall with his hands behind his back. He looked at his daughter and asked, didn't you say that there were only 3 children and a guard with mediocre strength? How do they know how to set up a race? This daughter doesn't know. They've been following the mercenaries all this time, and they haven't shown anything. The woman hurriedly said, Patriarch, I'll go take a look. A man in his 30s walked out with a confident look on his face. He said, I know a little about formations. Breaking a maze formation won't be a problem. Ingo, I don't care what method you use, but you must capture those brats for me. Patriarch Lin ordered in a deep voice. Thus, a few guards, along with a man in his 30s, went to the small courtyard again. Howard, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the door, had already noticed when those people stepped into the courtyard for the second time. He slowly opened his eyes, and a murderous look appeared in his cold gaze. He stood up and quietly walked to the front yard. Chapter 45:33. Therefore, he did not directly kill them. Instead, he released the aura of his golden elixir cultivation and enveloped them. Puff! 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 Almost at the same time the pressure was released, the people in the array spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to their knees. Who is it? The man in his 30s asked in shock. His eyes were full of fear. Get lost. A cold voice rang out in the air and struck the people's minds. They hugged their heads and cried out in pain. At the same time, they were sent flying by a gust of wind and were swept out of the courtyard. Hiss! The sound of gasping was accompanied by screams. The people looked at the small courtyard in shock. Their faces were pale, and they quickly scrambled away. How? pursed his lips and stood in the courtyard. He looked at the night sky and finally turned back to rest. He showed his strength to let them think that even though they were just a few children, there was a strong person protecting them in the dark. They would not dare to have any ideas about them. This way, they would be able to prevent future trouble. If the Lin family knew what was good for them, they would not dare to come again after this incident. At this moment, in the Lin family, Patriarch Lin silently looked at the few people in the hall. After listening to their words, his face became dignified. It seems that there is a strong person protecting those children in the dark. We can't touch them. Father, are we just going to let it go like this? The girl asked unwillingly. What else can we do? He looked at her with a sullen face and a displeased look in his eyes. If not for you, how could we have offended an unknown strong person? With such a strong person protecting them in the dark, how could those children be ordinary children like you said? After scolding his daughter, he looked at the people in the hall and said, Tomorrow, prepare a gift and go to the small courtyard to apologize. At the same time, find out more about them. Patriarch, do you still want us to go? The man was a little frightened. Because of what happened tonight, he was terrified and did not dare to go to the small courtyard again. Do you want me to go? He snorted heavily and strode out with his hands behind his back. The next day, 17 went out early in the morning to buy breakfast. When he arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, he saw a few people pacing back and forth in front of the door. Seeing this, he stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing here?" Seeing 17 in black, those people hurriedly retreated. The man in the lead revealed a smile and said, "Little brother, we are from the Lin clan. We are here to apologize. We have offended you before. Please forgive us. This is a token of our sincerity. Please accept it." 17 didn't take it, and she just glanced at them and said, "We don't know the Lin clan, and we don't know all of you as well. Don't wander around here." As he spoke, he walked past them and entered the courtyard, closing the door behind him. The people outside the door looked at each other. One of them asked, "What do we do now? What can we do?" "Of course we're going back. Don't tell me you dare to barge in," the man said angrily. After stuffing the things he was carrying into the hands of the guard, he turned around and left in large strides. At around 7 in the morning, the children got out of bed. After washing up, they sat in the courtyard and prepared to eat breakfast. 17 then told them about what happened in the morning. "I just want to take a look. They have already left." Chapter 45-34. Thus, after eating breakfast, 17 also went out to inquire for information. As for after instructing the two little ones to cultivate by themselves, he prepared to return to his room to cultivate. However, just when he was about to return to his room, his sleeve was pulled by Big brother. Raised her delicate little face and looked at him. "What's the matter, Hauer asked and turned around. "Is there something you don't understand about cultivation? What do you not understand? Big brother will tell you." Shook her head and looked at him. "No, big brother, wants to learn herbs." After she tried to use medicine to deal with people, she wanted to learn about herbs. Perhaps she could also be like her mother and be able to make those powerful medicine and pills. Hauer was startled and somewhat disagreed. "You're still too young now. It will be very difficult for you to understand the knowledge of herbs. Moreover, you have to try it out on the side to familiarize yourself quickly. You should learn swordsmanship first." But wants to learn herbs," she whispered and pulled his sleeve. "Big brother, will also work hard to learn swordsmanship. But can you spare some time to learn herbs every day?" Muchin saw this and also opened his mouth. "Big brother, if wants to learn, then let her learn. She will learn the things she is interested in very quickly." Seeing this, thought of their mother and looked at again. Finally, he nodded. "All right. However, you can't fall behind in your cultivation. Those are the skills you can use to protect yourself. As for medicine, when you see father and mother in the future, let mother teach you. Only then will you understand how to use those things." And happily nodded and asked with a smile, "Big brother, then should we go out to buy books on herbs?" Hauer smiled and said, "No need. I have a book here that mother showed me." He took out a thick book from his space and handed it to her. He didn't forget to remind her. This is mother's book. You have to take care of it carefully. Don't spoil or dirty it. And will definitely take good care of mother's book." She nodded, her little face full of seriousness and solemnity. Her little hands tightly hugged the thick book to her chest. This was her mother's book. "Mother, when will I be able to see mother?" In another world, Fengjiu seemed to feel something. He held Xianyuan Mo's hand and smiled. "I think the children must be missing me." Xianyuan Mo's was slightly startled. He glanced at her, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. "Those three little guys, there's no one around to take care of them. I don't know how mischievous they will be. Hauer and Shun have always been obedient and self-disciplined. But that girl, I'm really worried that she will cause trouble everywhere." Fengjiu helplessly shook his head and sighed. "I really want to find them sooner." "I will." Xianyuan Mo's tightly held her hand and said. Suddenly, his slow pace stopped. His expression slightly changed, especially after he felt the surging spiritual energy in his body. Fengjiu, who was beside him, felt the change of spiritual energy in his body. After being startled, she said with some surprise, You shouldn't be advancing, right? I think so, Xin Yuan Mose said, while suppressing the surging spiritual energy in his body. This world can't bear my advancement. Chapter 45-35. During this period of time, due to the disappearance of the three children, Feng Jiu had been uneasy and could not calm down to refine elixirs. Even when he said that he would find time to refine elixirs in case of an emergency, he did not stop to refine elixirs. This time, Xin Yuan Mose's advancement came so suddenly that the two of them were caught off guard. With his strength, the mortal realm would not be able to withstand his breakthrough. Therefore, the two of them could only quickly fly through the void and return to the floating island in the heaven realm, where their mental energy covered the entire area. This place floated in the sky and was surrounded by a defensive boundary. It was also the place where the people that Feng Jiu had subdued lived. It was the safest place to advance. At this time, Xin Yuan Mose was sitting cross-legged on the peak of a mountain on the floating island that reached into the clouds. His body was surrounded by a powerful and intimidating spiritual aura and ancient pressure. No one on the floating island dared to come close to him within 100 miles. Feng Jiu stood 100 meters away and watched. His brows were slightly furrowed and his eyes were filled with worry. He was extremely anxious. The strength of a supreme being was the highest level that she knew of. It was a rare existence among immortal cultivators in the world. However, when one advanced to such a level, there was a high chance of death and it was extremely dangerous. They originally thought that the strength of a supreme being would not be so easy to reach, but they did not expect that it would come so suddenly when they were not prepared. At that critical moment, she only had time to give him all the elixirs that could be of use. However, she was still worried that those elixirs would not be able to withstand his advancement this time. Xin Yuan Mose felt the spiritual aura in his body surging violently. He could no longer suppress it and choose another time to advance. Therefore, while guiding the spiritual aura in his body, he opened his eyes and looked at Feng Jiu, who was 100 meters away. Aju, don't worry. There have been no accidents in the past. This time, there won't be any accidents. Xin Yuan Mose comforted her. He looked at her and said, I don't think my advancement will be over in a short period of time. You don't have to stay here. No one can help me at this stage. Go do your thing. What are you talking about? Feng Jiu snapped. Just focus on breaking through. Don't think about anything else. I'll stay here and watch you break through until I see you succeed. Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He only curled his lips slightly, revealing a faint smile. All right. He slowly closed his eyes and discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind, focusing on advancing. Boom! Crack! In the sky, rumbling sounds like muffled thunder resounded in the clouds. Streaks of lightning streaked across the sky, and a loud crack sounded. It was as if it directly struck people's hearts, causing their hearts to fiercely jump, and they faintly felt somewhat uneasy. Boom! Crack! The sound of thunder and lightning resounded above their heads. The sound shook the entire sky. The loud sound of thunder and lightning even reached the clouds and reverberated in the depths of the sky for a long time. Chapter 45-36. Feng Jiu narrowed her eyes and looked at the sky above Xin Yuan Mose, who was sitting cross-legged. Over there, a whole patch of dark clouds was gathering. From the size of the top of his head, it gradually spread outwards, turning the sky into a dense patch of dark clouds. The sun's rays were blocked. The sky, which was originally shining brightly, turned into dusk in the blink of an eye. The entire world was enveloped by this dusk, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it made it hard for people to breathe. Feng Jiu's hands trembled slightly. Her body was a little tense, and her heart was in her throat. To reach the peak of the godly king realm, she had experienced countless breakthroughs and heavenly lightning tempering. However, she had never seen anything like this. Whether it was the change in the sky or the unprecedented spiritual energy on Moses' body, they all made her feel a sense of unease and fear that she had never felt before. For those who had reached the strength stage like them, There were many times when they would have a faint premonition in their hearts the moment something bad happened. And at this moment, it was exactly like that. She took a deep breath and suppressed her uneasy emotions. She clenched her trembling hands and looked at the figure sitting cross-legged with closed eyes. She had gone through so many breakthroughs in the past without any accidents. This time, it shouldn't be the same. Perhaps she was only feeling uneasy because her children were not by her side, and she had not been able to prepare the pills needed for her breakthroughs in advance. What she did not know was that when Xianyuan Mose released his aura and spiritual energy, and when the muffled sound of thunder and lightning rang out in the sky, Tianjizi, who was far away in another world, opened his eyes almost instantly and looked towards the sky. Sitting cross-legged on the peak of Heaven Mountain, he looked at the gradually darkening sky. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he reached out his hand to make a divination. However, after a long time, he was unable to divine the heavenly secrets that he wanted to know. His slightly furrowed brows were also unable to loosen for a long time. The other sovereigns of the heaven realm only heard the sound of thunder. Some of them didn't even know what was going on. Some of them were puzzled and looked towards the direction of the celestial phenomenon. Fengjiu thought that Xianyuan Mose's first bolt of lightning would strike quickly, but he didn't expect that after he had been sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak for 3 days, the first bolt of lightning would strike from the sky with a boom. The lightning struck precisely where he was sitting cross-legged. However, when the heavenly lightning struck, it was blocked by the defensive airflow formed by the spiritual aura condensed and surging on his body. Most of the power was neutralized, and only a small amount of lightning power struck his body. She involuntarily let out a sigh of relief when she saw this scene. Her anxious heart also relaxed slightly. If this was the case, he should be fine. Even if the advancement this time was extremely difficult, he should be able to endure it. Unexpectedly, just as she heaved a sigh of relief, a soft sigh suddenly entered her ears. Alas, who is it? She turned her head almost instantly and shouted. Her cold gaze contained pressure as it swept towards the direction of the voice. Wherever her gaze passed, an ancient pressure suddenly appeared. It's me. Chapter 45:37. Senior. Fengjiu was slightly surprised. Her eyes were filled with undisguised surprise and astonishment. As far as she knew, this divine predictor rarely left Sky Mountain. Back then, even when Mo Chen met with an accident and disappeared from the world, he did not appear. So why was he here now? Faintly, she smelled a trace of something unusual. At the same time, her heart, which had just relaxed, was once again raised because of his arrival. The divine predictor slowly came over on his immortal instrument. When his wise and old eyes fell on Xianyuan Mose, a trace of pity flashed across his eyes. Looking at the dusky sky without any sunlight, he sighed softly in his heart. Senior, why are you here? Is something the matter? Fengjiu asked. She withdrew her aura and looked at the divine predictor. The divine predictor stood beside her and said, I'm here to take a look. After saying this, he did not say anything more. Instead, his eyes fell on Xianyuan Mose, who was 100 meters away. His expression was unreadable, and no one knew what he was thinking. Fengjiu's eyes moved slightly. She looked at him and asked softly, Senior, will he be able to successfully advance? The divine predictor did not speak. He just stood there quietly and watched. I did not prepare any elixirs for him to advance, and I can't imagine what kind of tempering he will have to endure this time, Fengjiu said faintly. Hearing this, the divine predictor sighed and looked at her. Even if you prepared an elixir, it's useless. Sometimes it's hard to go against the will of the heavens. Senior, are you saying that he won't be able to pass this stage? Fengjiu frowned slightly. Her heart sank because of his words. What his fate will be in the end will naturally be known in 81 days, the divine predictor said slowly. He didn't look at Fengjiu. Instead, he looked ahead and said, Sometimes it's not that people don't want to live, it's that the heavens don't want to let them live. Immortal cultivation is something that goes against the heavens. Every breakthrough is equivalent to taking a step into hell. It's even more so for Supremes. It's not easy to become a Supremes. In the past, it only took 3 bolts of heavenly lightning to break through. Could it be that this time, it will be tempered by 81 bolts of heavenly lightning? Fengjiu's expression changed slightly as he looked at Xianyuan Mo's, who was 100 meters away. Half of the power of the previous lightning had been blocked, and only 1 strand had landed on his body. However, it had caused his clothes to be slightly charred. If there were 81 bolts, then Tianjizi didn't speak again. He just looked ahead in silence. Fengjiu's face was slightly pale. Looking at the dark sky and the strong air currents and pressure in the air, he only felt an impulse to go forward and stop it. However, at this moment, even if she wanted to stop him, she couldn't stop him from breaking through. Now that he was in the midst of breaking through and enduring the tempering of the heavenly lightning, he only had 2 paths. The first was to successfully break through and pass through this dangerous juncture. The second was to fail, and the consequences of failure. Her body trembled slightly. She couldn't imagine the consequences of failure, and she was even more powerless to bear it. Xianyuan Mo's, who was in the midst of the air currents, didn't know anything else. He was only focused on breaking through, guiding the spiritual aura in his body and the terrifying air currents that were surging. Chapter 45:38. This was because she could not bear the consequences of Moses' failure. If he failed, not only would he lose his cultivation base, but he would also lose his life. Perhaps it was because the strange phenomenon in the sky had yet to dissipate, or perhaps it was because the thunder and lightning were still intertwining. Gradually, other sovereigns arrived outside the floating island by following the strange phenomenon and the reverberating sound and the fluctuating airflow. However, because this floating island was Fengjiu's territory, the entire island was suspended in the sky and was protected by a powerful barrier. Even if the sovereigns wanted to enter, they were blocked outside. One of the sovereigns tried to enter the floating island, but he was blocked by the barrier. The airflow from the barrier pushed him out, preventing him from entering. Seeing this, he rubbed his chin and muttered, "The barrier set up by Fengjiu is indeed extraordinary. Even I cannot enter." Actually, it was not that they could not enter. However, if they tried to force their way in, they would definitely break the barrier. They knew that this was Fengjiu's territory, and they were all sovereigns. Naturally, they could not force their way in and become enemies with Fengjiu. Therefore, they could only be blocked outside. They did not know that the divine predictor from Heaven Mountain, an old man who looked simple and unpretentious but had an ethereal aura, had easily entered this place. Could it be that Fengjiu or Xianyuan Mo's is advancing? The sovereigns who had gathered did not leave. Instead, they discussed thoughtfully outside. This is their territory, and they have caused such a huge commotion. It is reasonable to say that they are advancing. However, from what I know, they are both at the peak of the Supreme God stage. If they advance further, they will be at the Supreme God stage. That kind of power is extremely rare. Perhaps it's not them who are advancing. According to what I know, they seem to have been traveling through the mortal world recently. Why would they suddenly return and be in the midst of advancing? Moreover, how long has it been since they became supreme gods? It is impossible for them to advance so quickly. If they weren't advancing, what could have happened? As they spoke, they couldn't help but look at each other. After a long time, one of them said, "Instead of waiting here and not being able to see anything, why don't we go to the Black Tortoise Monarch's place? He has a good relationship with Fengjiu and the others. Perhaps he might know something." "That's a good idea." The others laughed and flew into the sky together. Fengjiu had no idea what was going on outside the floating island, nor did he have the heart to pay attention to it. At this moment, all of her attention and thoughts were focused on Xianyuan Mo's, who was advancing. Just as Tianjizi had said, this was not something that could be solved with just 3 heavenly thunders. From the moment Tianjizi appeared until now, more than 4 bolts of lightning had struck Mo's body. For the past few days, there had only been 1 bolt of lightning a day, and each bolt was more terrifying than the last. After only 4 bolts of lightning, Mo, who was sitting at the peak of the mountain, had his robes charred black. His black hair was also disheveled. The fifth bolt of lightning is coming. Fengjiu looked at the sky and muttered. She could not hide the worry in her eyes. Chapter 45:39. As they were talking, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and struck down fiercely along with the heavenly thunder, da-boom. With a loud sound, Fengjiu, who was 100 meters away, saw the lightning strike accurately on Moses' body. Even though she was standing 100 meters away, she could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the lightning. She watched as the lightning struck Moses' body. With the naked eye, she could see the blue electric current flowing through his body. As for him, the clothes on his body were burnt. Even the defensive vest inside was shattered by that strike and turned into ashes. The smell of burnt flesh wafted over, causing her face to turn pale. She couldn't help but lift her foot and was about to step forward when Tianji reached out and grabbed her wrist. You can't go. As Tianji spoke, he looked ahead with a solemn expression. The power of this lightning is no small matter. You can't help him. Fengjiu pursed her lips and looked ahead. She silently retracted her foot, and the hands under her sleeves were tightly clenched into fists. The two stood there, and neither of them spoke. As the days passed, Fengjiu didn't move even half a step, as if her feet were nailed to the ground. She watched as Xianyuan Mose endured the lightning strikes day by day. She watched as the wounds from the previous day had not healed, and the next day, the lightning struck again. She watched as the injuries on his body worsened day by day, and even spat out blood, but she was powerless. On the other side, at the floating chance immortal island in the mortal realm, when Howard walked out of the room, he saw Mu Chun and Mu Yu sitting at the stone table in the courtyard in a daze. He didn't know what the two of them were thinking, but they were in a daze and didn't even notice him coming out. Seeing this, he was slightly startled. He walked forward and asked, Chun or what's wrong? Hearing his voice, the two little fellows came back to their senses. Before Mu Chun could speak, he saw Yu'er's delicate little face carrying a bit of fear, and her soft voice revealed a bit of helplessness. Big brother, Yu'er might die. How Er's heart tightened and his expression changed. Don't talk nonsense. Why would you say that? It's true. Yu'er's eyes were a little red. She lowered her head and covered her heart with one hand. Yu'er's heart keeps beating. It's beating very fast, as if I'm about to die. Brother too. Brother, are we sick and about to die? Yu'er is so scared. At the end of her sentence, her voice was choked with sobs. She threw herself into Er's arms and hugged him tightly. Hearing this, Er gently patted her back and comforted her. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. He looked at Mu Chun and asked, Chun'er, are you the same as Mu Chun nodded. Actually, it's not always. It's just that occasionally my heart will beat very fast, and there's a feeling of panic and fear. After a while, I'll recover, but did he pause for a moment? It's already been a few days. It wasn't too serious a few days ago, but if that feeling comes again, these 2 days, my heart will beat very fast, and that feeling will be very panicky. It's getting worse and worse. Chapter 45:40. Thus, he looked outside and asked, Where did 17 go? He went to buy food for a while. He should be back soon. Mu Chun said. Howard said, Then let's go. I'll take you to the medical hall in the city and let the doctor check if there's anything wrong with your bodies. He was also worried about their health, so he wanted to take them to the medical hall in the city. The three of them walked forward and passed through the array in the front yard. When they walked to the door, they saw 17 coming in from outside with a food box in his hand. Master Hao, Master Chen miss you. Are you going out? 17 looked at them in surprise. 17, you're back just in time. Howard stopped and looked at him. Which medical hall in the city has the best doctor? The most famous one in the city is Huichun Hall. Not only are there doctors, but there are also refiners and pharmacists. 17 quickly said and looked at the three of them. Is anyone feeling unwell? Do you want to call a doctor? No need. Let's go directly. Howard said. Chun'er and Yu'er feel a little unwell. I want to take them there. It's quite a distance from here to Huichun Hall. I'll prepare a carriage. He was about to turn when he remembered the food box in his hand and asked, "Master, miss, do you want to eat something before going out?" How? Er thought for a while and looked at Mu Chun and Mu Yu. He went forward and took the food box. "Go prepare the carriage. We'll eat here." He carried the food box and brought the two children back to the small hall in the front yard. He put the food out and said, "Eat a little. I don't know how long it will take." Perhaps the two children were worried and scared, so they didn't eat much. After eating a little, they couldn't eat anymore. Seeing this, Howard also casually ate a few mouthfuls. Not long after, 17 came to report that the carriage was ready. Thus, they sat in the carriage and went to Huichun Hall. As the city's #1 medical hall, Huichun Hall didn't have many customers because not only were the medicines sold expensive, but even the consultation was also very expensive. Ordinary people wouldn't come here unless they had a big problem that other medical halls and doctors couldn't solve. Most of the time, those who appeared in the Huichun Hall, other than those who came for consultation, were people who came to buy medicine or elixirs. When 17 drove the carriage to Huichun Hall, he stopped the horse and said to the three young masters, "Master, Miss Huichun Hall." Howard lifted the curtain and took a look. He saw that the courtyard was empty and there were only 3 to 5 people inside. Thinking about what 17 told him on the way here, he immediately got off the carriage and led Mu Chun and Yu down. 17 stopped the horse carriage at the side and followed behind them into the rejuvenation hall. The pharmacy apprentice saw that the 3 children had outstanding appearances and that the material of their robes was of the highest quality. Furthermore, they were accompanied by a black-clothed guard. Thus, he approached them with a smile and inquired, "Little master, what are you looking for?" "We're here for consultation. Ask the best doctor here to come." "How?" Said with the appearance of a little adult. Because he was already a young boy with an outstanding temperament, the medicine hall's apprentice didn't dare to look down on him. Chapter 45-41. This is Dr. Feng from our Huichun Hall. He has been practicing medicine for decades and has excellent skills. The pharmacist then turned to the old man. "Dr. Feng, these are here for consultation." The old man stroked his beard and looked at the children before him. He then looked at the guard standing behind them and asked, "Who wants to be consulted? Give me your hand." Before could speak, Mu Chun walked forward and sat on the stool in front of him. "Me?" At the same time, he put his hand on a cushion. The old man reached out to check his pulse and stroked his beard with his other hand. After a while, he retracted his hand and looked seriously at Mu Chun's face. Finally, he said, "You're not sick. Your body is very good. It's just that you've been a little restless these past 2 nights and can't sleep well. I'll prescribe you some calming medicine later, and you'll be fine." Mu Chun saw that he did not ask anything and could tell that he had been restless these past 2 days. He pursed his lips and looked at his elder brother. Howard saw this and said, "My brother's heart has been beating very fast these past few days, and he's feeling uneasy and panicked. Is there really no other problem?" Doctors hated being questioned the most. Hearing Howard's words, Dr. Feng's face darkened. "He's just restless. There's no other problem. His body is very good. Even if you find a few more patients for him, they'll say the same." His hand that was stroking his beard paused, and he looked at Howard. "It's such a small symptom. This old man won't make a mistake." Hearing this, Howard said to Yu, "Come here." Mu Chun stood up and stood to the side. Yu went forward and sat down. She blinked at the old man in front of her and said with a bit of fear in her childish voice, "Grandpa, I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, and sometimes I jump very fast here. When I jump very fast, I get very scared. Grandpa, am I seriously ill? Will I die?" The little girl's tender voice was filled with fear and helplessness. Her small appearance was so cute and lovable. When Dr. Feng saw this, he couldn't help but think of his own granddaughter. As a result, his originally gloomy face eased a little. He smiled and said slowly, "Don't be afraid. Come, give me your hand. Let me have a look." Yu nodded her head, stretched out her small hand, and placed it on the cushion, while looking at him stretching out his hand to check her pulse. After taking her pulse, Dr. Feng carefully looked at her face. Finally, he said, "Young lady, don't worry. You're not sick. Your body is fine. However, you're just like your brother, feeling uneasy. This isn't a big deal. You'll be fine after taking some calming medicine. Thank you, Grandpa. Seeing this, Ur sweetly thanked him. Howard thought for a moment and said, then get the doctor to prescribe some calming medicine. Dr. Fong glanced at him and wrote down a prescription. 17 took the prescription and went to the front to pick the herbs. Howard asked Dr. Fong about some things to pay attention to. After thanking him, he took his sister-in-law to the front to look for Jiang Qixing. Then he heard a reprimand coming from the front. You bastard! Look where you're going. It was a man's scolding voice. It was very clear in this quiet Huichun hall. When Mu Chun and Mu Yu came over, the three people's expressions changed slightly because the person being scolded was none other than 17, who went to pick the herbs and pay the bill. Chapter 45-42. At this moment, 17 was glaring angrily at the man who slapped him and the woman beside him. They were the ones who bumped into him earlier, but before he could react, they had already raised their hands to slap him. It was so fast and fierce that he did not even know how they did it. All he knew was that one side of his ear was ringing and the other side of his face was burning with pain. 17, what's going on? Howard walked over and asked coldly. Young master. 17 suppressed his anger and took a step back. Moving his lips, he shook his head and said, Young master, let's go back. It was just a slap. He had endured it. They had no power here and no one to back them up. As an adult, he knew that under such circumstances, he could not cause trouble for the young masters and ladies. Go back. Huh, you haven't apologized to us yet. You want to leave now? The man saw that 17 had retreated and laughed coldly. His tone was arrogant and contemptuous, and his gaze fell on him. Answer, Howard said coldly. Hearing this, 17 paused for a moment, then said, I had paid the bill and was about to look for young master when they bumped into me. However, just as I was about to back away, this man gave me a slap. Yes, I slapped you. What's wrong? The man said arrogantly, taking a step forward and raising his hand to slap 17's face again. But this time, he felt a pain in his calf and his knee bent. He actually knelt down with a cry of pain. Hiss. Ah. The man knelt down unexpectedly, his hands tightly hugging his leg. At first glance, it looked like he was kneeling in front of 17. 17 was stunned. Looking at the small figure standing at the side, he called out blankly. Young Master chinned out at that moment. He only saw young Master Chin step forward and kick the man's calf. That kick must have hit the man's bone. The man's cry of pain was very pitiful. He hit you, so hit him back. Mu Chun said with a straight face. His small figure stood there, looking like a little adult. He didn't think too much about it. He only knew that 17 was one of them, and he couldn't let anyone bully her. Brother, the girl beside him exclaimed and reached out to push him away. What are you doing? Unfortunately, she did not manage to push him away because he avoided her. Little brat, I'll kill you. The man cursed while covering his leg. He stood up and reached for Mu Chen's collar. Howard, who was standing at the side, naturally wouldn't let him touch Mu Chen. Seeing that man make a move, just when he was about to make a move, he heard Yu-er's voice. Big brother, use this. Yu-er took out a broom from who knows where and directly handed the broom to her big brother. The apothecary, who didn't want to cause any trouble, watched from the side. When he saw the little girl actually pick up the broom and hand it over, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Whose child was this? It was really... How? Glanced at Yu-er, then took the broom from her hand. At the same time, he pushed Mu Chun to the back, and the broom in his hand directly slapped towards that man. Ah, damn little brat. The broom directly hit his face. He only felt a pain in his nose, followed by a warm feeling. 2 streams of blood flowed from his nostrils. Brother, your nose is bleeding. Chapter 45-43. Hearing this, Yu-er's eyes widened. Her clear and innocent eyes were full of astonishment and astonishment. She glared at the girl and complained to her brother. Brother, she's scolding us. A mad dog always barks. Don't mind her. Howard glanced at the man with the nosebleed and said to 17 and Mu Chun, Let's go. He threw the broom in his hand to the pharmacist and held Yu-er's little hand as they walked out. However, Just as they were about to leave, the man who had recovered wiped his nosebleed and punched Howard's back. Want to leave? You'll have to ask my fist first. Hey, be careful. The pharmacist saw the man attacking from behind and couldn't help but whisper a warning. After all, the man was only a child in his teens. How could he withstand the power of his punch? If this punch landed on the child's body, he was afraid that even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. How narrowed his eyes when he felt the fierce wind from the punch coming from behind him. He turned around and grabbed the hand that was attacking him and bent it downwards. At the same time, the tip of his foot flew up and kicked that person's chin. He spun in the air and landed steadily. At that moment, that person's bones were broken and he screamed in pain. The next moment, he fell backward. Bam! Brother! With a loud thud, the young girl cried out in alarm. She hurried to his side and helped him up. She looked at the child with a cold face in shock. You. Blood seeped out of the man's mouth. His chin hurt so much that he couldn't speak. His hand was in so much pain that he couldn't even raise it. The pharmacist was already dumbfounded and stood at the side with a broom. Even Dr. Fong, who heard the commotion and came out to take a look, was stunned by the scene. 17 and Mu-chun came to Hao-er's side. Hao-er looked at the man who had fallen to the ground with a frosty expression and said coldly, "This is just a lesson. If you dare to attack us again, I will cripple you." No one tried to stop them. They just watched as the three children left with their guards. After a long while, a deep and dignified voice came, causing Dr. Fong to come back to his senses. "Find a carriage and send this young master back." The apothecary and old Dr. Fong hurriedly turned their heads when they heard the voice. They saw a middle-aged man wearing a black brocade robe standing at the top of the stairs on the second floor. When they saw him, they hurriedly bowed. "Boss!" After saluting, the apothecary hurriedly stepped forward to help the man up. He then went outside to find a carriage to send the man off. After exiting the rejuvenation hall, 17 drove the carriage and led them away. She asked, "Young master, are we going back or are we going to other places?" "Let's go to the candy store at the end of the street for some sugar water." "How?" Or said as he looked at Mu-chun and Mu-yu. "I'll bring you two to drink some sugar water before we go back. Is there anything else you want to eat?" "Big brother will take you to eat." The two little guys shook their heads. "Big brother, the old doctor said that we are not sick. Is that true?" "Yes, since the doctor said so, there should be nothing wrong with your bodies." "Don't worry," Howard said. Chapter 45-44. Shichi, who was driving the carriage, was also worried. "Young master, we beat someone up today. I'm afraid that person won't let it go. Should we avoid them? We were just defending ourselves. Why would we be afraid of them finding trouble with us?" Hao-er's eyes turned cold when he thought of that person's cursing and injuring actions. Breaking his hand was already teaching him a lesson. If he still dared to find trouble with them, then what was the harm in fighting again? His parents had taught him that he shouldn't cause trouble, but he shouldn't be afraid of trouble either. If someone bullied him, he shouldn't endure it. He should teach them a lesson first. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape first. However, he had thought about it before he attacked. The strength of the people on Floating Fate Immortal Island wasn't very strong. His strength was enough to deal with some trouble. If not, there was still the Silver Wolf to protect them. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of those people finding trouble with them. Hearing his words, 17 didn't say anything else. When they arrived at the Sweetwater shop, they found a table to sit down and drink sweet water. At this moment, Hao-er's eyes moved slightly. He silently glanced at a certain spot on the street and then retracted his gaze. Someone was following them. Who was it? Was it the man who was beaten up in Rejuvenation Hall? Or was it someone else? He pondered, but didn't show it on his face. After drinking the sugar water with his sister-in-law, he didn't wander around other places. Instead, he sat in the carriage and returned to the small courtyard. When the carriage arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard, he felt that the person who had been following them left after seeing them enter the small courtyard. In the attic of Rejuvenation Hall, a secret guard was reporting his findings after following them. This subordinate watched them enter the small courtyard and left. After that, I asked around and found out that there were only 3 children and a guard living in that small courtyard. They rented it not long ago. After they moved in, they rarely went out. Usually, only their guard went out to the restaurant to bring back some food. This subordinate asked around, but no one knew where they came from. Hearing this, the black-robed man, sitting and drinking tea, waved his hand. The secret guard quietly left. After a while, another secret guard came in. "Master, the one who was beaten is the second young master of the Yang family in the city. The Yang family has sent people to inquire about the background of those children. Other than that, the Yang family has not made any other movements. You may leave," the black-robed middle-aged man said as he played with the teacup in his hand. After the secret guard left, the middle-aged man asked, "What do you think?" Behind him, an old man stepped forward and said, "Master, that guard strength is only at the second layer of the Qi refining realm. The twins aren't very strong, but their spiritual aura is very pure, which is very rare. As for the teenager, his skills are extraordinary, and his aura is restrained. Even I can't tell the extent of his strength." The black-clothed middle-aged man's expression changed slightly as he said, "Those 3 children are still young, but they have a noble aura. Especially the older one. His methods are even more ruthless. An ordinary clan wouldn't be able to raise such a child." His voice paused for a moment before he said, "The people from the aristocratic families in the city more or less know a little about him, but there are very few disciples who can compare with him. It seems that he should be the son of an aristocratic family from another city." Chapter 45:45. The black-clothed middle-aged man tapped his hand on the table. After pondering for a while, his eyes flashed, and he said, "Elder Yuan, you should personally go and watch those children. Let's see how the Yang family deals with this matter. Before the Yang family makes a move, don't alert the enemy." When the old man heard this, he paused for a moment before asking, "Why does the boss want to keep an eye on those children?" Those children had no interaction with them. Even if he was curious, why would he need to keep an eye on them personally? "Ha!" The black-clothed middle-aged man chuckled. He gently turned the teacup in his hand and asked, "Elder Yuan, did you clearly see that little boy's move today?" The old man was startled and shook his head. "I didn't see it clearly." At that time, they hadn't thought that the little boy would counterattack so quickly, so they hadn't been able to clearly see his movements and speed. They only knew that by the time they saw him, he had already grabbed the Yang family's second young master's hand, and at the same time, kicked the other party's chin. The black-clothed middle-aged man said thoughtfully, "Looking at all the families in the city, there isn't a 10-year-old boy with that kind of courage and speed. Not to mention, that little boy's strength can't be seen. It is obvious that he is hiding it. Tell me, what kind of secret cultivation method is that even you and I can't see through?" Hearing this, the old man's heart moved. He lowered his gaze and looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man. "Boss means, these children have a noble aura, but they don't have any strong cultivators protecting them. They came here to rent a small courtyard and live in seclusion. I'm guessing that they are refugees and must have some kind of treasure on them." The black-clothed middle-aged man said and looked at the old man. "Do you understand what I mean?" The old man's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly lowered his head. "I understand. Go. If this matter is done well, I will reward you greatly," he said in a calm voice. "Yes," the old man replied, and then left. When he closed the door, he raised his head with a complicated look in his eyes. At his age, even if there was some kind of treasure, he wouldn't care too much about it. Especially when it came to these young children, he couldn't bear to do it. However, he knew that if he didn't do it well, Boss would send someone else to do it. He sighed softly in his heart and then walked away. On the other side, the Yang family. Listening to his subordinate's report, the Yang family head's face darkened as he frowned and said, "Only the 3 children and the guards are renting that small courtyard? Have you found out everything? Can't you find out where they come from?" Reporting to Patriarch, I was unable to find out their origins. However, I did hear from a Lin family guard that I was on good terms with, that he mentioned these 3 children. The guard replied, "Oh, what's the matter?" Patriarch Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. The guard hurriedly said, "This subordinate knows a guard brother from the Lin family. When he went out to investigate, he also heard a few words from him. These 3 children are secretly protected by experts. The Lin family has suffered losses because of this. In the end, this matter was suppressed by the Lin family head. He even sent people to bring gifts to apologize, but they couldn't even enter the door of that small courtyard. There's such a thing? Patriarch Yang was slightly taken aback. What is going on here? Tell me in detail. Chapter 45-46. Hearing this, Master Yang stared at him and paused for a moment before saying, "Then go and try to fish for more information. I want to know their origin and what grudges they have with the Lin family. What kind of loss did the Lin family suffer, and why were they suppressed? Go and find out for me. I will reward you handsomely later." Yes. The guard hurriedly responded and retreated. The next day, after finding out that the Lin family had suffered a loss, he also found out that there were experts secretly guarding the small courtyard. Thus, after much consideration, the Yang family head decided to suppress the news of his son being beaten. The Lin family's influence was not small. If the Yang family were to touch someone who could make the Lin family suffer a loss, it would be a little too tactless. If this matter was spread out and people knew that the Lin family had made things difficult for the children, they would be in the wrong no matter what. Since those children could not be touched and could not be quietly dealt with, this matter could only be put aside. In a small courtyard, Hauer and the rest spent another 2 days peacefully. In these 2 days, Hauer spent most of his time cultivating and occasionally gave pointers to Mu Chun, Mu Yu, and 17. After drinking the calming soup, the 2 children slept soundly at night. Their usual uneasiness also faded a little, but there was still a period of time every day when their hearts palpitated with fear. "Big brother, that soup doesn't seem to be better. What should we do?" Yu leaned on the table and said with a bitter face. Muchin also said, "Me too. I don't want to drink that soup anymore." "If you don't want to drink it, then don't drink it." Hauer said, "Take it easy these days and don't cultivate. See if it will be like this if you don't cultivate." Just as he finished speaking, he saw Mu Chun and Mu Yu's faces suddenly turn slightly pale and sweat seeped out of their foreheads. Both of them clutched at their clothes and looked pained. "Chunner, you are..." Hauer panicked, and an anxious and worried expression appeared on his little face. "That feeling is coming again," Mu Chun said as he leaned on the table and rubbed his chest with one hand while groaning. "Master Chun miss you." 17 saw them and couldn't help but worry. 17. Carry Chun into the room. "How?" hurriedly said, and went forward to carry Yu and quickly returned to the room. 17 quickly stepped forward and carried Mu Chun into the room. She placed him on the bed and retreated to the side. "How?" sat behind the 2 of them on the bed. He gathered spiritual power in his palms and said to them, "Take a deep breath." At the same time, he gathered spiritual power in his palms and gently rubbed their backs. The 2 little fellows listened to his words, closed their eyes, and breathed deeply according to his instructions. After about half an incense stick of time, the feeling gradually faded. They exhaled lightly and slowly opened their eyes. "How is it? Are you feeling better?" "How?" hurriedly asked when he saw that their bodies had relaxed. "Big brother, that feeling has disappeared again," Mu Chun said as he clutched his chest, feeling a little strange. "Big brother, why are we like this? Why would Big brother and I feel heartache together?" You were asked in puzzlement. Chapter 45-47. Actually, I've been thinking for the past few days. Maybe it's not because of anything else, but because of the blood connection. You sense that something happened to your parents. How? I looked at the 2 of them and saw that they were slightly stunned. He said, "This is just my guess. After all, my parents are very strong." At that time, the Devil Lord was also destroyed. Looking at all the realms, there shouldn't be anyone who would be their enemy. Then what happened to father and mother? The 2 little guys asked worriedly. Hauer shook his head. "I don't know. We can't get any news about them here. Even if something happened, we won't know." "Then let's go. Let's go to that sect. Didn't Big Brother say that there will definitely be a way to leave here and go to other realms? Maybe we can go back from there," Mu Chun said with a trace of eagerness on his little face. "Big brother, are we going?" Yu also looked up and asked. Hauer thought for a while and said, "Okay, let's prepare to go to that sect and think of a way to go back as soon as possible." As he spoke, he looked at 17, who was waiting at the side, and said, "Go and prepare some dry food, pastries, and the like. We can eat on the way." "Yes," 17 responded, and then turned to go out to prepare. They prepared for the whole day. The next morning, when the sky was about to brighten, 17 drove the carriage and led them to leave in the direction of the sect. After seeing them leave, the old man from Huichun Hall, who had been keeping an eye on them, sent a secret guard back to report. He himself followed behind and waited for an opportunity to act. When the owner of Huichun Hall heard the news, he immediately led his people to follow. He guessed that the children must have a treasure on them, so he couldn't let them leave just like that. The carriage went out of the city's western gate and went in the direction of the sect, galloping along the mountain road. Mu Chun and Mu Yu leaned against the car window and looked at the passing scenery outside. The morning breeze was refreshing and gently caressed their faces, making them squint their eyes comfortably and stretch lazily like two kittens. Hao closed his eyes to rest and didn't say anything along the way. It wasn't until the carriage was some distance away from the city that he suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed across his eyes. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Mu Chen asked when he saw the cold glint in his eyes. "Someone is following us," Howard said. Hearing this, Mu Chun and Mu Chun immediately became vigilant. 17, who was driving the carriage, lowered her voice and asked, "Young master, could it be that Huichun Hall offended someone?" "Let's continue. We'll know when they show themselves," Howard said. He looked at Mu Chun and Mu Yu and said, "Be alert and be careful." "Yes." The two little fellows nodded and sat down obediently. However, with their strength, they were unable to detect that someone was following them in the dark. Along the way, only a few people or carriages and horses would pass by occasionally. When the carriage reached a deserted mountain path, a figure suddenly appeared from behind and stepped on the head of the horse, pulling the carriage, and went down. This, bang. Chapter 45-48. "Be careful," 17 exclaimed softly. At the same time, she supported herself with one hand on the carriage and leaned back to catch the falling figure. At the same time, she somersaulted in the air and steadily landed on the ground. After Hao saw that 17 had caught Yu he pulled Mu Chun and flew a few meters away, landing on the side of the mountain path. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Hao asked and lowered his head to check if the two little guys were injured. "No." The two shook their heads. Mu Chen's little face turned cold, and Yu frowned. Although they were not injured, they were suddenly frightened. Anyone would be in a bad mood. "Young master, the carriage is destroyed." 17 looked at the broken carriage, and her face tensed up. "How?" Glanced at the destroyed carriage and turned his gaze to the 8 or 9 people who appeared in front of him. Seeing those people, his eyes moved slightly, because these people were not the people they dealt with that day, but the owner of Rejuvenation Hall. At this time, including him, there were a total of 9 people. Among these 9 people, other than the owner, who was a golden core cultivator, the 2 elders beside him were also golden core cultivators, and the remaining people were mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Dispatching a few golden core realm cultivators and a few mid-foundation establishment realm cultivators to deal with a few kids like them could already be considered to be extremely generous. After all, the cultivators in this world were generally weak, and these people could be said to be the backbone of the Rejuvenation Hall or even their forces. "People from Rejuvenation Hall, what do you want to do?" 17 shouted in a deep voice. "Ha!" The owner of the Rejuvenation Hall chuckled softly. He didn't look at 17, but at Hao. His gaze swept over Hao and then at the 2 little ones. Then he said, "I don't want to make things difficult for you children. As long as you leave behind the treasures on you, I can let you leave unharmed." "Treasures?" Hao's eyes moved and looked at him. "What treasures? Ha, what treasures do you have?" The eyes of the owner of Rejuvenation Hall flashed, and he stared at him. "Brother, didn't the owner of Rejuvenation Hall open such a big medicine store? Why would you be so poor as to rob us?" Yu's immature voice carried a bit of surprise. Clearly, she hadn't thought that the people of Rejuvenation Hall would actually be following behind them. Mu Chun snorted coldly, his voice cold with a bit of disdain as he said, "Evil intentions, a beast in a human's face. Can it be said that I am a wolf in sheep's clothing?" You were asked while blinking her eyes. Mu Chun thought for a while. It's too easy to be right. Then is he the owner of Rejuvenation Hall? Or bandits blocking the road to rob? Yer curiously asked. The two 4-year-old children were staring at them and sizing them up as they spoke. Their childish words and innocent gazes made Elder Yuan, who was standing behind the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall, lower his head in shame. He didn't even dare to look at them. Chapter 45-49. Do it. The owner of the Rejuvenation Hall coldly glanced at Hao and the others. With a command, several cultivators behind him rushed forward and rushed towards Hao and the others. 17. Take care of Chun and you Hao said in a cold voice, indicating for them to step back. At the same time, he moved his hand, and a long sword with a cold light appeared in his hand. His spiritual power surged, and the sword Qi instantly attacked. It was like a bolt of lightning that struck towards the cultivators at a speed that was too fast for the ears to cover. Hiss! How is this possible? For a moment, screams accompanied by gasps of pain rang out in disbelief. They originally thought that it was a waste of talent for them to capture a few children. When they made their move, they did not think that these children would be able to avoid it, but who would have thought that Hauer was at the peak of the Golden Core realm? Once his Golden Core aura spread out, whether it was in terms of speed or strength, it crushed those intermediate foundation establishment cultivators. A mere intermediate foundation establishment cultivator against a Golden Core cultivator was like a child against an adult. There was no chance or possibility of fighting back. Moreover, how could they have imagined that this little youth, who was only about 10 years old, had already reached the Golden Core realm? Not to mention those intermediate foundation establishment cultivators. Even the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall and the two elders, who were Golden Core realm cultivators, looked at the little figure in shock and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Golden Core realm cultivator? How is this possible? Hiss! This child is actually a Golden Core realm cultivator. If it was said that they had suspected that these children had precious treasures on them before, then at this moment, when they saw the Golden Core realm emanating from this little youth, they were very sure that these children definitely had precious treasures on them. Perhaps it was a treasure of heaven and earth that could allow one to advance. Otherwise, based on his age of around 10 years old, how could he have reached the Golden Core stage? Thinking of this, the three people's breathing became heavy. Even Elder Yuan, who felt somewhat ashamed of attacking the children earlier, stared at the three children with light in his eyes and hurried breathing. To be able to reach the Golden Core realm at such a young age, if one were to say that he did not have any heaven and earth treasures or a top cultivation method or treasure on him, they would not believe it no matter what. Not to mention anything else, if they could obtain a top-notch cultivation technique or a treasure that could help them break through to the next level, perhaps their Jindan cultivation would suddenly rise to the next level and their lifespan would increase again. Thinking of this, the blood in his body could not help but boil. This was really an unexpected surprise. As long as they could take down these children, they would definitely be able to pry open their mouths and get whatever they wanted from them. With Hao-Er's peak Golden Core strength, she naturally knew that the three Golden Core cultivators' breathing had become rapid and excited. He pursed his lips, the sword in his hand pointing diagonally at the ground. The blade of the sword was so clean that there was not a trace of blood on it, because it was only Sword Qi that attacked. His indifferent and deep gaze swept across the two dead Foundation establishment cultivators on the ground, as well as the four cultivators who were clutching their wounds and retreating in shock. The sword in his hand spun with his hand, and sword shadows shot out. He looked at the owner of the Return of Spring Hall and the two old men and coldly said, "If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened." Chapter 45-50. Hao tightened his grip on his sword. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The little boy held the sword in his hand like a king who held the power of life and death. His tone was domineering and confident, cold, and bloodthirsty. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that this came from the mouth of a 10-year-old boy. Old Man Yuan's eyes moved slightly when he heard this. He looked at the child and said, "Hand over everything. Our master said that you can leave with your lives. You have to know that once you die, you'll have nothing left. Moreover, even if you're a golden core cultivator, all three of us are golden core cultivators. Not to mention you're only a little youth around the age of 10. How can you fight us? Even if you fight us, you can't beat the three of us alone. Is that so? You can try." Hao was unmoved. He stood in front of Mu Chun and Mu Yu and stared at them. The boss of Rejuvenation Hall sneered. "Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being rude." He then said, "Elder Yuan, Elder He, take them down." "Yes." The two answered and rushed out without hesitation. Long swords appeared in their hands. Hao gestured with one hand behind his back, telling Mu Chun and Mu Yu to retreat further. At the same time, his small figure rushed out to meet their attack. Mu Yu was a little worried. Will Big Brother lose? Mu Chun pursed his lips and didn't say anything. His gaze was fixed on the battle in front of him. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the 4 injured Foundation establishment cultivators quietly approaching them under the hand signal of the Rejuvenation Hall's master. "Be careful," Mu Chun whispered, reminding his sister and 17. However, just as Mu Chun was about to warn them, the Foundation establishment cultivators rushed forward and reached out to grab the 2 younger ones. They couldn't deal with the big one, but they were more than enough to deal with the 2 little ones. "Get lost," 17 shouted. Her hand on her waist moved. She pulled out her sword and slashed at the Foundation establishment cultivator. However, even though he was strictly trained as a secret guard, it was still difficult for him to fight against a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. He had only just moved when he was kicked away by one of the cultivators. "You overestimate yourself." Their hearts were burning with anger. They were just following their boss on a trip, yet they didn't do anything and already lost 2 people. That was because they didn't expect that little demon to actually be a core formation cultivator. They could accept the fact that they suffered a loss when encountering a core formation cultivator, but this insignificant second layer aura refining cultivator actually dared to attack them. He really overestimated his capabilities. Pooh! 17 was kicked viciously and was sent flying several meters away. He fell into a small forest by the side of the road and spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt a burning pain in his chest and tried to stand up, but he fell back down with a plop. 17, "You exclaimed, and her pair of beautiful eyes angrily glared. Just like a provoked kitten, all the hair on her body stood up. "Come with us obediently." A cultivator sneered and extended his hand to grab Yu. But who would have thought that little girl actually jumped up and with an extremely fast speed, unexpectedly collided with him. Chapter 45:51. Bang! That cultivator fell straight to the ground, shocking the other 3 cultivators who wanted to catch Mu Chun. Their expressions changed, and they instinctively retreated, thinking that they had encountered another abnormal golden core cultivator. Unexpectedly, when they retreated, their gazes swept over the 2 children and found that there was no change in their spiritual aura, nor was there any aura of the golden core stage. Immediately, they let out a light sigh, but also became more cautious. Mu Chun and Mu Yu stood back to back, guarding against a sneak attack. Both of them held daggers in their hands and stared vigilantly at the cultivators. They might be able to take advantage of them when they were unprepared, but if they were to fight head-on, the 2 of them would not be able to defeat them. In front of them, Hao was surrounded by 2 golden core cultivators. He relied on his superior martial arts and cultivation methods to suppress them, but when facing 2 golden core cultivators with rich combat experience, he could not free himself to help Mu Chun and Mu Yu behind him. When he saw the 3 cultivators surround them, he gritted his teeth and retreated to avoid the attacks of the 2 golden core cultivators while approaching them. At this moment, when he saw the 2 golden core cultivators slashing 2 sword chi towards him, he immediately leaped into the air and landed beside Mu Chun and Mu Yu, leading them to avoid the 2 attacks. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hiss! The three cultivators didn't pay attention to the battle on their side. They were focused on the two strange children. However, they didn't expect that by the time they sensed danger, the two-sword chi had already attacked them. They couldn't dodge in time. They screamed, and two more people fell. The remaining person had an arm chopped off by the sword chi. Ah, my arm. A bloody arm flew out, drawing an arc in the air and landing beside 17, who was a few meters away. The cultivator who had his arm chopped off staggered a few steps due to the loss of blood and heavy injuries, then fell to the ground and fainted. Looking at the severed arm and smelling the stench of blood in the air, 17 was stunned. She then looked at the three young masters. Seeing that they were fine, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that the Foundation establishment stage cultivators had all been killed, the remaining three golden core stage cultivators were still a little shaken. It was just a few children, but they had lost so many of their men. For a moment, the two old men felt a trace of fear in their hearts. It would be fine if he could take them down today, but if he couldn't, it would be troublesome. Go to 17, Howard said to the two of them. He had them step back while he walked forward step by step. When the two old men saw this, they attacked again. Their attacks became even more ferocious and ruthless. However, they did not expect the young man's moves to be so strange and unpredictable. Moreover, his attacks were extremely fast. Even though the two old men had used all their strength, they were still unable to take him down. As the battle continued, more and more wounds gradually appeared on their bodies. Perhaps seeing that the two golden core stage cultivators were unable to take him down, the eyes of the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall, who had been watching from the side, flickered. His gaze swept past the three people fighting and landed on the two children behind them. That young man was very concerned about the two young ones. As long as he captured the two young ones, he was not afraid that he would not be captured without a fight. Chapter 45-52. Even though this was a mountain path, there were still some people coming and going. Furthermore, as the battle continued, the airflow surged. Some cultivators who passed by stopped and hid in the distance to watch the battle. What surprised them was that the middle-aged man and the old man were actually dealing with three children. This made them feel somewhat astonished. However, the three of them were all golden core cultivators. That was a height that chi condensation cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators like them couldn't reach. Thus, they didn't dare to meddle in other people's business and only hid in the shadows and watched from afar. I recognized that middle-aged man. He's the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall. Why would they attack the children? A cultivator said in a low voice. Children? Look at that child who's about 10 years old. He has the aura of a golden core cultivator. Furthermore, he's not at a disadvantage when fighting against the two golden core cultivators. Instead, he injured them all over. That's not something an ordinary child can do. That's true. Not to mention that it's not something a child can do. Even a few adults would find it difficult to injure those two. I guess only some elders and sect leaders in the sect can do that. Compared to that, I'm more curious about why the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall wants to attack the children. Another cultivator said in a low voice. His eyes shone as he watched the scene in front of him. None of the cultivators who were hiding to watch the show dared to meddle in other people's business. In fact, they did not even dare to show themselves. They could only hide in the shadows and watch. On the other side, Howard turned the sharp sword in his hand. A sword flower followed the rotation of the sharp sword and attacked at lightning speed. In almost an instant, the robe of one of the old men who attacked in front of him was shattered by the sword flower. His entire body was also pushed back by the sword chi. Before he could recover, he saw the small figure in front of him and directly hit his chest with a palm. Bang! Pooh! A palm containing the aura of a peak gold core cultivator slammed down and forced the old man back. Howard watched as the old man was sent flying and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. Howard pursed his lips and turned his cold gaze to the other old man. He didn't stop and attacked again. Behind them, the owner of Hui Chun Hall suddenly rushed forward and reached out to grab Mu Chun and Mu Yu. Seeing this scene, 17, who was on the ground, gritted her teeth and forcefully endured the intense pain from her internal injuries as she leaped up. She stood in front of the two little ones and shouted at the same time, "Hurry up and leave." Scram! The owner of the Return of Spring Hall had a cold look in his eyes. He changed his grip into a slap and slapped 17 away. With a loud bang, 17's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. 17, Mu Chun and Mu Yu exclaimed and quickly ran to where he fell. But this way, the two of them also became the owners of the Return of Spring Hall with their backs facing him, giving him an excellent opportunity to attack. Right when the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall flashed forward, Howard heard the commotion behind him, and he turned around to look. He saw the scene of the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall grabbing towards his younger brother and sister, and his face instantly turned grim while killing intent surged in his eyes. You're courting death. Chapter 45-53. Hello. A wolf howl accompanied by the coercion of a sacred beast was heard. The powerful sound and coercion that seemed to have come from ancient times soared into the sky, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. Their legs went soft, and they immediately knelt down. The large area was instantly enveloped by a powerful pressure. The birds that were originally perched on the branches fell to the ground with a plop, unable to move. Following the sound of the wolf howl, the surroundings instantly became silent. It was strangely quiet, so quiet that it made one's heart flutter. When the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall, who was about to grab the two children, suddenly heard the wolf howl, he was also shocked. When he turned around to look, the coercion had also enveloped him. He did not even have the chance to escape, and he knelt down with a plop. It was not that he wanted to kneel, but in front of the powerful coercion and the sacred beast that was emitting a terrifying aura, he was so frightened that his legs went soft. He could not stand up even if he wanted to. In the strange silence, a shrill scream suddenly sounded. That scream was miserable and sharp, breaking the silence in that instant. It reverberated in the sky and entered everyone's ears. However, no one made a sound, and no one made any movement. Even the sound of breathing seemed to have stopped. Regardless of whether it was the Golden Core old man who was heavily injured and was forced to retreat, or Elder Yuan who was standing there with his eyes wide open, or the cultivators who were hiding in the bushes and trees further away to watch the battle. All of them looked at the horrifying scene in front of them in horror. Their hairs stood on end, and they were so shocked that their hearts almost stopped beating. In front of them, a majestic, giant silver wolf was stepping on the body of the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall. It bit off one of the owner's arms from his shoulder and threw it to one side. The wolf raised its claws, which were glowing with a sharp light, and tore off the owner's left leg. Fresh blood flowed and seeped into the ground. The bloody and cruel scene caused everyone to be scared silly. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only the miserable screams of the owner of the Return of Spring Hall reverberated in their ears. The silver wolf licked the blood from the corner of its mouth and raised its sharp claws again. This time, it directly pressed down on the body of the person under its claws. A bloodthirsty voice came from its mouth. "Biting off your neck is too easy for you. If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of scaring my little masters, I really want to dig out your organs, tear you into pieces, and feed you to the wild beasts in the wilderness." It lowered its voice and lowered its head to whisper into the ear of the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall. Therefore, other than Hao and a few others who were nearby, the people in the distance couldn't hear what it said at all. The bloodthirsty voice and ferocious words frightened the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall so much that he could not say a single word. He did not even have the chance to scream. He looked at the huge silver wolf that was stepping on him with its claws in horror. His eyes were filled with despair and regret. He never thought that the child was not only a golden core cultivator, but also had such a powerful divine beast. As for whether it was a divine beast or a supreme divine beast, to him, there was no difference anymore, because he knew that he was dead for sure, and he would die very miserably. Chapter 45-54. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the long sword in his hand and stabbed it directly into the man's heart. The boss of the Huichun Hall widened his eyes in horror. He couldn't even scream. He only grunted and blood flowed out of his mouth. His body twitched slightly until he swallowed his last breath. His body stiffened and his eyes were still wide open in horror. Seeing that the human at its feet had died, the silver wolf turned back. Its bloodthirsty gaze fell on the two golden essence elders, and it walked towards them step by step. Anyone who dared to have designs on its little master must die. Howard didn't stop it. He didn't even look at the two elders behind him. He pulled out the long sword, wiped the blood off it, and put it away. Then he walked towards his younger siblings. "It's okay, don't be afraid." He patted their heads clumsily and comforted them in a low voice. Mu Chun and Mu Yu's originally tense bodies relaxed after hearing their elder brother's voice. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. After all, they were only 4 years old. Even if they learned to kill and face danger, they would still feel fear, and helplessness in their hearts. Old Yuan looked at the huge silver wolf that was walking towards him, and his body couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were filled with despair and regret. If he hadn't followed, if he hadn't listened to Boss Yu's order and attacked the 3 children, perhaps he wouldn't have to face this scene. Thinking of the boss's limbs being torn off, his heart trembled. Withstanding the strong pressure, he raised his trembling hand, gritted his teeth, and slapped the top of his head. Rather than die without a complete corpse, he might as well end his own life. With a loud bang, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight back on the ground. The silver wolf snorted and exhaled 2 breaths from its nostrils. It glanced at the dead old man and walked toward the other one. Don't eat me. Don't eat me." The other elder was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't under the strong and terrifying pressure. He begged for mercy with a pale face, and his eyes were filled with fear and horror. However, Howard wouldn't allow him to live, and the silver wolf wouldn't allow him to live even more. Thus, the silver wolf stepped forward and raised its claws. A few streams of air slashed at the old man's throat, and several deep claw marks appeared. Blood gushed out as the old man screamed and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Looking at this scene, Mu Chun and Mu Yu pursed their lips. Both of them looked at it expressionlessly and took a deep breath. When they saw the silver wolf walking back, the 2 little ones finally came back to their senses and remembered 17, who was seriously injured beside them. "Big brother, 17's injury is very serious. She can't walk," Yu said, looking at 17, who had pale complexion and was staring at the silver wolf in front of her. He seemed to be frightened by the huge silver wolf in front of him. At this time, his body was stiff and he didn't move at all. His eyes didn't even blink. 17. Mu Chun patted 17, who was being supported by them. 17's body tilted and he fell to the ground, unconscious. 17. Mu Chun and Mu Yu were shocked. They thought he was dead and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 45-55. Hearing this, Howard pursed his lips and looked back at the corpses on the ground. He stepped forward and took their cosmos bags and put them into the space. Then he took out a flying device and threw it into the air. He said to the silver wolf, "Bring him up." As he spoke, he pulled Mu Chun and Mu Yu and leaped up. Seeing this, the silver wolf lowered its head and bit 17's collar. It leaped up and sent him up the flying device. At the same time, it shrunk its huge body and stood guard at the side. The frozen cultivators who were further away finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the flying device leaving with the children and the wolf. Their legs went soft, and they fell to the ground one by one. Looking at the mountain path in front of them that was filled with scattered limbs and corpses, their faces turned pale, and they couldn't say a word for a long time. On the other side, Howard and the others were flying above the clouds in the flying device. At this moment, they were looking at the pale 17 lying on the flying device. The atmosphere was a little heavy. "Big brother, will 17 die?" Yu asked with reddened eyes. "I don't want him to die." 17 had been with them for so long, and they already had feelings for him. They didn't want him to die like this. "Big brother, are there any pills in the space that 17 can take?" Mu Chun asked as he looked at Howard. At this moment, Howard was looking for pills. He found that there were also pills for internal injuries in the Cosmos bag of the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall. Hence, he took one out and stuffed it into 17's mouth. He said to them, "This is the pill from the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall. I've seen it. Although it's not as good as the pills refined by Mother, it has a good healing effect. Let him eat it first. When we reach the next town, we'll find a doctor to take a look at him." Hearing his words, the two little ones looked at 17 to see if his aura would gradually stabilize. The flying device flew in the air. As it disappeared into the clouds, it didn't attract the attention of others. It wasn't until noon when they found that 17's breath was gradually stabilizing that they sighed in relief. "Big brother, that pill is also effective. Give 17 another one." Ewer finally smiled. She thought, at least this way, 17 won't die. However, Howard shook his head and said, "Every medicine is 30% poisonous, especially the pills refined in the mortal world. Even if they're considered top grade, they can't be as pure as Mother's pills. Therefore, now that his breath has stabilized, don't use any more medicine. Wait until he sees a doctor before making any plans. But we don't have a carriage now, and 17 is unconscious. How are we going to enter the city?" Mu Chun asked with a frown. Howard thought for a moment and said, "After we find the outskirts of the next town, we'll find a place for you to rest. Let the Silver Wolf guard you. I'll go into the city to buy a carriage and bring you in." "Why don't I just carry him into the city?" "It would be troublesome," the Silver Wolf said. "That's too conspicuous." Ow. Shook his head in disagreement. Chapter 45-56. "You mean, since we can't keep a low profile, we should keep a high profile?" Howard looked at it and asked. "Yes. The three of you don't have any powerful people protecting you, but you have outstanding looks and temperaments. It's easy for people to target you. Since that's the case, why not keep a high profile? At least, if I show up and follow you, ordinary people won't dare to target you. Even if they do target you, they'll have to think twice." The Silver Wolf looked at them and said, "Besides, aren't we going directly to that sect to find a way to go back? If we keep a low profile, they won't tell you even if they have a way. Why don't we go there in a high profile? If they ask, we can say that you're the descendants of the upper realms aristocratic families who came down to the mortal world to gain experience. It's just that you can't go back for some reason. Let them help you. When we go back, we'll thank them with generous gifts. I think it'll be easier." How? Couldn't help but think when he heard this. He seriously thought about the Silver Wolf's idea. After a while, he said, "What you said makes sense. It's just that I'm worried that before Dad and Mom arrive, we'll arrive at Dad and Mom's enemy's house. Then, if that's the case, they might find out about you if we cause a big commotion." The Silver Wolf looked at the three of them and said, "However, this is indeed a little risky, but I think there's no better way." Hal was silent for a while. He looked at Mu Chun and Mu Yu and asked, "What do you think?" The two little ones looked at each other and said, "We'll listen to Big Brother." Hal paused and said, "Then let's do as the Silver Wolf says." Because what it said makes sense. It appeared today, and it won't be long before the various forces on Floating Fate Immortal Island know about it. Instead of that, it's better for us to appear in a high profile. Okay, the two little ones nodded. Thus, they went straight out of the city and got off the aircraft. The Silver Wolf carried 17 to the city gate while the three children followed at the side. "Ah, wolf, wolf. This is a ferocious beast." "It's not a ferocious beast. This is a spiritual beast. This is a spiritual beast that has been contracted. This isn't an ordinary spiritual beast. This is the king of wolves, the Silver Wolf, and a divine beast at that." No one on the Floating Fate Immortal Island had ever seen a divine beast before. Therefore, when they saw such a huge wolf appear in front of them, they were all guessing and retreating. They looked on in fear and reverence. Even the city guards did not dare to stop them and allowed them to enter. There were no obstructions along the way. How? Found someone to ask for the name of the best medical clinic in the city and went on his way. As they entered the city, all the clans and forces in the city, whether underground or on the surface, heard that a huge silver wolf had entered the city. Even the city lord was alarmed. I heard that a giant wolf entered the city, and it wasn't a ferocious beast, but a spirit beast. Is that true? An ancestor of a clan was alarmed and hurried out to ask. It's true, father. All the powers in the city have received the news that a huge silver wolf, several meters tall, entered the city with a black-clothed man. Beside them were three extremely beautiful children. At this time, they have already gone to the M.O. family's medical center. The middle-aged man hurriedly said to his father, Chapter 45:57. What are you talking about? I'll go with you to take a look. As the old man spoke, he walked out and asked, What rank is that silver wolf? Didn't you get the news? Apart from the three children, are there no strong people protecting them? The middle-aged man followed closely beside him and said, Father, it's not like you don't know what kind of high-ranked spirit beasts have appeared in our area. Even if there were, I don't think anyone would be able to recognize the silver wolf's rank. But I heard from the people in the city that the wolf's aura and aura were very intimidating. I reckon it's not an ordinary spirit beast. The father and son spoke as they hurried out. At the same time, the other aristocratic families in the city were also alarmed. They all planned to personally see what was going on. Even the city lord didn't care about anything else and personally went to the M.O. family's medical center. At this time, the entrance of the M.O. family's medical center was tightly packed. There was no one else inside except for Hao and the shrunken silver wolf. As for the people outside, they couldn't enter even if they wanted to. Doctor, take a look at his injuries, Hao said as his gaze fell on the unconscious 17. Because their movements were too loud, the one who came out was the old master of the M.O. family's medical center. Even at his age, when he saw such a silver wolf for the first time, he was also a little frightened. Naturally, he didn't dare to be careless and carefully examined 17. After a while, he said, His internal organs are injured. He should have taken a pill to treat internal injuries, but it can only stabilize the internal injuries and can't heal them. Even if I give him medicine and let him drink it for more than 10 days, I'm afraid he will be crippled by the time he recovers. Crippled? Mu Chun frowned and asked, You have no way to treat him. Old Mo shook his head. His injuries were caused by a golden core cultivator, and his internal organs are injured. How can ordinary medicine treat him? Unless. His voice paused, and he didn't say anything else, only sighing softly. Unless what? You are asked. Old Mo glanced at you, and then at Hao. Unless there's a miracle pill, otherwise, even if he recovers, he will have a chronic illness and become a cripple. Hao-er's eyes flickered. Originally, he thought that if the medicinal pills he got from Hui Chun Hall would improve his condition after taking them, then he would use Hui Chun Hall's medicinal pills. After all, he didn't have many medicinal pills left for internal injuries from his mother. If he still couldn't find a way to go back, and if something happened to Mu Chun and Mu Yu, he wouldn't know what to do if he didn't have the medicinal pills with him just in case. However, after hearing the doctor's words, he knew that if he wanted to save 17, he could only use his mother's medicinal pills. Doctor, we need to recuperate here for a few days. Do you have a place for us to recuperate? Hao asked directly. Hearing this, Elder Hiroshi was startled. He thought for a moment and nodded. There is, but the place is not big. It's just a small courtyard at the back. But he looked at the silver wolf at the side with some worry. Don't worry, it won't hurt anyone. Hao knew what he was worried about and said, As long as no one has bad intentions towards us, it won't hurt anyone. So I don't have to worry that it will cause trouble here. Chapter 45:58. Elder Hiroshi ordered people to carry 17 to a room in the small courtyard at the back and wrote a prescription for someone to brew the medicine. At the same time, he ordered people to disperse the curious crowd in front of the medical center. However, he didn't expect that after settling the children and the others, he heard that the city lord had come to visit, as well as the various family heads and people in power in the city, were all heading to the medical center. Old master, the city lord is here. He's sitting outside. The patriarchs and patriarchs of the various clans in the city are also here. An apprentice alchemist from the medical hall quickly reported with a nervous expression. Beside him, a middle-aged man heard and looked at old Master Mo, saying, "Father, why don't I go out and take a look?" "I'll go with you." Old Master Emo sighed softly and said, "They probably want to see those children." The two of them walked out. When they arrived at the outer room, they saw that it was crowded with people standing and sitting. Originally, because of the sudden arrival of those children and the frightening silver wolf, the medical center had a resting sign outside. However, it still couldn't stop the leaders of the various forces in the city from coming to visit. Old Master Emo, the city lord, smiled and went forward to greet him. "City Lord." After Old Master Emo bowed, he cupped his hands and bowed to the others. "You're all here too. You really bring light to my small medical center." "Hee, Old Master Emo, what are you saying?" One of the old men smiled and said, "We heard that a few amazing people came to the city and even brought a rare silver wolf. Naturally, we wanted to come and see what was going on." "Old Master Son, I'm afraid this won't do." Old Master Emo sighed softly and said, "Those people are now staying in our backyard to recuperate. They've already told us that they don't want to be disturbed." So to hearing this, everyone looked at each other. One of them asked again, "I wonder, in Old Master Mo's opinion, what rank of spirit beast is that silver wolf? Did they say which family they are from? Or which sect they are from? Why are they here?" "Hee, this is a medical center. We're only responsible for treating illnesses and injuries. How can we ask about other things? I really don't know the answer to your question." Old Master Emo waved his hand and said, "Since it's in your backyard, it shouldn't be a problem for us to take a look, right?" Another person said tentatively, "It's not that I want to stop you, but I'm worried about you." As Elder Emo spoke, he looked at them and said, "That silver wolf is guarding the courtyard. One of the young masters has already said that if we don't provoke them, the silver wolf will not harm anyone. But if we provoke them, it's hard to say." Hearing those words, some of the people who originally wanted to go and check it out immediately hesitated. As the city lord and the host of this place, I would like to invite them to stay in the city lord's mansion to recuperate. The city lord smiled and looked at Old Master Emo. "Old Master Emo, can I trouble you to send someone to pass on a message? Why don't we ask for their opinion?" That Old Master Emo paused for a moment, then said, "All right, please wait for a while, city lord. I'll ask them myself." With that, he let his son entertain the people and went to the backyard himself. In the backyard, when Howard heard Old Master Mo's words, he looked at him and asked, "Are we causing trouble for you by recuperating here?" "It's no use. It's just that everyone is very curious about the young masters and the others, so